through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Your business.
Hey,
Don't mind your business.
glad nobody's
Don't mind his money. Repent is your self-defense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Dollar, 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 dollar bill.
Dollar bill, dollar bill, dollar, dollar. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream starts at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on some shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got.
All right, now hold up. I just knocked down my lights and everything. All right. All right, top of the morning, family. Top of the morning. So we back. Black's anatomy class. We back. Black's anatomy class. We in here cooking. The internet's so crazy right now. The internet is wow. The internet is wild right now. I got so much stuff that I want to talk about with the internet. I wanted to talk about it last night on Comedicine, but we didn't get a chance to. Man, I can't even open up a marker. This is wild. My strength is down today. Yeah, I'm like Superman. You know what I'm saying? The snow is like, I ain't gonna say the snow is my kryptonite, but the snow gets to the snow gets to kryptonite levels. The snow gets the kryptonite levels. It snowed all night, and it's still snowing. Snowing all morning. It's crazy. It's crazy. Shuffle out your joint. As soon as you wake up, it's back to. It's crazy. Michigan is wild. Michigan is wild. But anyway, last night we wound up getting into some craziness on Comedicine. And so that kind of influenced today's discussion. Right? So the discussion is cancer. Right? Actually, it's two things that influence today's conversation, right? Both from yesterday. During yesterday's discussion, I forgot who it was, but somebody in the chat asked me about like explaining the chlorella and the spirulina, right? So I didn't want that person to think I was ignoring them. So we're going to talk about the chlorella and the spirulina today. I don't think that person was a part of our normal group. I think that was a newer person. So they were just kind of throwing that out there. For everybody else, as we have newer people joining the group all the time, we have classes. So when you tap into the video and you see the title of the video, that is an actual class that actually has books associated with the class. So I may add color to the class and draw outside the lines because the videos are designed to complement the material that's in the books, right? So I think the person who asked that question yesterday, they're probably either new to the group or maybe they just didn't have the book. But when I was going through the foods yesterday, those foods are directly from the book. Those foods are directly from the book, right? So I didn't want to bring in chlorella and spirulina and just mix them in to the conversation, because then if somebody going along with the book and the class and it might have been. So the Black's Anatomy class is different, right? The Black's Anatomy class is a lot more inclusive, right? It's a lot more inclusive. We kind of get deeper into our comedic naturopathy text, and so it gives us a little bit more room to kind of move around and discuss a bunch of different things. Plus, we've been talking about chlorella in quite a few books. And the people that have been with us from the very beginning, right? The people who've been with us from the very beginning. And when I say the very beginning, there's a couple of different very beginnings, right? There's the very beginning, like the very beginning of this platform, which is probably like my 15th or 20th YouTube platform. And I think we had this one up and running for maybe 5 years or so, maybe 4 years. I don't know, something like that. Not that long though. So there's that very beginning. Then there is the very beginning, like people been following me since you know, the early 2000s on YouTube, like 2005 or 2008 or somewhere around there. And then there are people who've been following since the early days, like before I had a YouTube page. This is really early 2000s, right? Maybe even late 90s, early 2000s. So I've been talking about most of this stuff for a really long time, better part of 3 decades, right? So we have cornerstones, traditions of our culture. We've developed a culture, right? So like yesterday and today is a part of a holiday, Quantum Entanglement Day, even though it's a multiple day holiday, so, you know, but it's Quantum Entanglement Day, right? We have holidays, we have our cultural practices, our rituals. You know, we try to walk after meals. You know, we don't always get to do that, but we try to walk after meals. We try to eat, you know, meals together, like, you know, your whole family eat meals at the same time in the same room, just practices for health. Health is not always metabolic, right? We have to work on our emotional body and our mental body as well at the same time. So some things aren't necessarily apparent why, you know, what the reasoning is, but, you know, we got our rituals, right? One of the things is the 13 and 7 rule, right? The 13 and 7 rule is only eating 7 hours out of the day, right? So that means typically you might be a little hungry. you might be a little hungry. The tank might be a little empty, right? That's good. Autophagy is running. So we do our 13 and 7 rule. We take our little walks, you know, just a few different things, you know, our 10,000 steps a day. We try to get that in. But this is one of them: vitamin D and vitamin K. And for a while, we've had the vitamin D on the website. So a lot of people have been supporting, you know, grabbing their vitamin D. We have the vegan D3, right? But we haven't really had a vitamin K thing, right? We haven't really had a vitamin K thing. So the vitamin K was one of the driving factors. That was one of the main reasons to get the chlorella and the spirulina onto the website, was the vitamin K, right? To be able to have the vitamin K and the vitamin D in one spot, bam, you could just get them both. So both chlorella and spirulina offer pretty good amounts of vitamin K. The dreadlock inky, yeah. See that? Yeah, see, that's early days. Yeah, that's early. Yeah, the dreadlock inky. I'm new here, Shantina. Well, peace to the family. Nice to meet you and all that. Nice to meet you and all that. And all that. You know what I'm saying? We double down on that. And all that, Anna, you know what I'm saying. Slang heavy. But yeah, so just to have a spot where you can get the vitamin D and the vitamin K in the same place. Now, here's the thing. Some people do market chlorella as having vitamin D in it, right? And it does, but it's not a steady amount. Right? It's not a steady amount, crop to crop or batch to batch. Would you say crop or batch? That's a hell of a question right there. Yeah, if you say crop, you're referring to algae more so as plants. If you say batch, you're referring to algae more like a non-living thing. I don't know. You got to put some respect on the algae. This is the algae gang. We respect the algae, right? But yeah, so the vitamin D is not stable in chlorella. Even sun chlorella. That's why they call it sun chlorella. And if you notice, like if you go to Amazon, let's go to Amazon real quick. Let's go to Amazon real quick. Or let's just go to Google. Shopping. Okay. All right. So if you go to Amazon or you go to Google, right? We went to Google just so we can get a quick look, right? You get a few different options. Now, I could almost tell right off the back that none of these guys is going to market their chlorella as having vitamin D, right? Sun, notice they want $224 for their 600 tablets, right? To get 600 tablets from us would be $120, right? To go to my website and get 600 tablets would be $120. Sun Chlorella wants $224, right? But the reason is because they grow their algae, right? They grow their algae in a synthetic environment, which is cool, right? Most algae is grown in a controlled environment. That's how you want it. You don't want them getting algae from like the riverbanks. So that ain't, but they have consistent UVB radiation on the algae so that the algae produces registerable amounts of vitamin D, right? So that, and even then it's not, it's not like it's going to be 2,000, 3,000 IUs of vitamin D. And it's not D3. So that's the other thing. It is vitamin D2, right? So remember when we were, well, this is probably, because I don't even think it's been worth a conversation, probably last 10 years or so. But back in the days, I used to have to explain the difference between the vitamin D in milk and vitamin D in your body, right? So you have vitamin D1, D2, D3. I think at the last time I checked, it was up to like D4, D5, and D6. Let me look that up. That might be worth looking at. How many vitamin Ds? The other ones were experimental, so they weren't really like widely circulated. Okay, on a quick search, AI is giving up. On a quick search, AI is giving up 5 of them. All right. So on a quick search, AI is giving up 5. There are several forms of vitamin D, but the 2 main types in our diet and supplements are D2 and D3. D2 comes from plants and fortified foods, and vitamin D3 from animal sources and sunlight, with D3 generally being more effective at raising blood levels. Okay, full stop right there. Right? Full stop right there, because some of this is misleading. Some of this is misleading. right? I guess it's not misleading. It's kind of over the plate, but contextually, it could lead somebody to the wrong space, right? And what I mean by that is when it says like fortified foods, it might give somebody that doesn't know, you know, it might give a slower person the idea that fortified foods means that vitamin D comes from those foods. It doesn't. Vitamin D is added to those foods. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, and vitamin D3 is more effective at raising blood. So when you see vitamin 3 from animal sources, just remember in this context that you are an animal. So when you see vitamin D3 from animal sources, that's talking about the natural production of vitamin D3 from sunlight. All right, then it says there are other forms like D1, D4, and D5. But D2 and D3 are the key ones for human health. Now, I'm going to go out there on a limb and say that D2 and D3 are not the key ones for human health. Well, not D2 anyway. D3 is definitely the key one for human health. But D2 is a backup. D2 is a backup, right? Because it doesn't, your body, so just to show you, so that way, you know, if you don't have it, you can get it, right? Well, I don't know where it is. But we have a photochemistry book. And in that photochemistry book, we go very, 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 very far into all of the minute details on how UVB hits the skin and begins the conversion process of cholesterol through all of the different metabolites. We talk about the different metabolites and then how those things are circulated through the blood to the liver and the kidney to create your final forms of vitamin D, which are actually two different types of D3. You have two different types of D3. You have D3 from the kidney, D3 from the liver. Both of those are kind of different. You know what I'm saying? They do the jobs that need to do, but they're slightly different. But because vitamin D has to be processed through the kidney and the livers, when you have vitamin D2, it doesn't always convert that well. So that's what they mean by it doesn't raise the blood levels. You know what I'm saying? That as good as D3. Now, also, it depends on the quality of what you get, right? So say, for instance, you get some chlorella from us or somewhere else. They have raw chlorella, right? Not dead chlorella. Well, it's kind of all dead, but not highly processed, because some of the stuff is highly processed. Ours is not, right? And so you have a good quality vitamin D, right? You'll get a higher conversion than, and this is vitamin D2 in the chlorella. You'll get a higher conversion than, say, the vitamin D2 that's inside milk, which is one of the reasons why they had to stop running that Milk It Does the Body Good campaign, right? Because even the vitamin D that's in, you know, milk is like the lowest level of, like, they putting the vitamin D they're fortifying that milk with is the cheapest, lowest quality stuff, you know, that can be found. So that's another reason why there's a low conversion rate. So quality definitely matters in terms of the vitamin D space, right? So if you were to get some alfalfa sprouts or some broccoli sprouts, you know, you might find more of bioavailable vitamin D2 in those things than you would in milk, right? But chlorella is a good source of vitamin D2. But vitamin D2 is nowhere near as good as vitamin D3. right? So I would never suggest in the climate that we're in today, you know what I'm saying, especially with all of the new viruses popping up at any moment, like, yeah, you can't really wing it. You know what I'm saying? You need to have, you know, so it's not a replacement, but it is a potential source of vitamin D. Now, let's see what they're saying here, because it's interesting that they stopped. It's interesting that they stopped at D4 and D5. Let's talk about that. Okay, so D4, can y'all see this? Okay, good. D4 comes from mushrooms. Interesting. So fungi makes D4. And then D5 dehydroxysterol, which comes from the plant community. Interesting. Interesting. You see that? You see that right there at the bottom? Current uses. It is mainly used in laboratory settings to study vitamin D analogs and their potential to treat conditions like cancer with less risk of toxicity compared to the active form of vitamin D3. That is very interesting. That is very interesting, because that is a big part of the conversation, right? That is a big part of today's conversation, right? There we go. Vitamin D, vitamin K, on cancer. Oh, no, I should put verses. That's what would be more appropriate right there. Yeah. Yeah, let's get a verses up in there. All right. So that is a big part of the conversation, right? Vitamin D and vitamin K versus cancer. With MCT oil, magnesium glycinate, is that a thing? Yeah, no, that's not a thing. I mean, if you making it a thing, it's a thing. Yeah, if you making it a thing, it's a thing. It's your thing. You know what I'm saying? It looks pretty cool too. It looks like a nice little, yeah, it looks like a nice little, you know, nice little purse or knapsack, you know, like a nice little, you know, program you got going on. Right. But I don't think that there are high levels of vitamin D and K in coconut oil. If that's the question. If you just are carrying vitamin D, vitamin K, and coconut oil on your person, then that's gangster. You know, that's definitely fly. I mean, having, you know, just being conscious of nutrition and carrying any kind of nutrition. That's one of the reasons why we have the little dropper bottles and, you know, make it easy for people to put stuff in their purse and book bag. You know, this all started with my little one. She was 5 at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, and she couldn't eat anything. So I had to make the dropper to be able to drop the liquids under her tongue, you know, to go, you know, go directly to the bloodstream that route. You know what I'm saying? So, I've always kept that in mind, that it's a family thing. You know what I'm saying? And convenience and price is important. Convenience and price is important. A lot of people, their conversation centers around rarity. They want to make it seem like they got something nobody else know about in the world. So that way you're more comfortable paying, $2,000 or $3,000 for some of it. You know what I'm saying? Until you find out that, the honey they selling for $200 a bottle is $15. You know what I'm saying? Wholesale. You like, what? Something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, me having to raise, all my children with a deadbeat baby mom, that everything for me is always in that, I see it that way. I process everything in my mind that way, because I don't think you can really be trying to practice health, not in a meaningful sense anyway, if everybody's not on the program in your crib. Like even my dog eats algae. Yeah, we give blue magic to the dog. You know what I'm saying? We give chlorella to the dog. Yeah, we give sea moss to the dog. Like everybody in the house is going to get some of whatever the goodies is. Yeah, because your chain is only as strong as the weakest link. So it doesn't really make sense for you to be absorbing this information and, like you coming in with, a bag of chlorella for yourself. And then, you looking to, you got to come in, you got to get multiple bags. If it's 3 people in your house, you need to hit the website and click 3. You got to click 3. You got to get 3 of them bags. Yeah, you got to get 3 bags. What you doing? Yeah, because the more you learn, the more accountable you are, right? So if you learn that your body, your immune system don't function right? Think about this. You got 5 people in your house and you learn about the vitamin D and your immune system and all this and all that. And then you go to the website and you get you 1 bottle. What is that saying about how much you love the other? What is that saying about how much you love the other 4 people? to hell with their immune system, huh? Oh my goodness. So now you gotta hold it down. Oh, you got to hold it down. So pricing is important. You know what I'm saying? Pricing is definitely important. Yes. Yeah, they definitely absorb better. Yeah, that's when you get into the diet, the food side. That's when you get into the food side, Amber. Yeah. Right. How you're consuming the stuff. So definitely some protein for my meat eaters, right? For my animal flesh eaters, right? Some animal protein, whatever it is you're doing. It's always good to have your fat soluble vitamins then. And for my vegan family, it's always good to have your fat soluble vitamins whenever you have some fat. So say for instance, you are one of our Batana people. And so you get the Batana and you take a spoonful of Batana or whatever the case may be. that's a good time to have your vitamin D and your chlorella and all that. Put all that, have all that together, because the Botana is going to help you to retain and metabolize the fat soluble vitamins better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know about that. I get what you're saying, but I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, I would have to look into that. So I don't know. It could be fire. I could be, I could be slow. I could be late. I could be learning something, but I just don't know about that because I don't know how well the vitamin D and the vitamin K holds inside the coconut oil. That's not really meant for that to be in there like that. You know what I'm saying? So taking the coconut oil and taking your vitamin D3 and your vitamin K and all that at the same time, 2 thumbs up. Having it mixed into it, I'm not sure about how that impacts, how that impacts the other two, how that impacts the vitamin D and the vitamin K. Yeah, I'm just not sure. What vitamin supplement or food could be useful for the eyes? Well, we talk about right now. Yeah. In fact, the Botana oil and the chlorella from our, we got the Botana oil on the website. Take a spoonful of that once or twice a day with the chlorella. You're lit. You're lit. Because the chlorella and the spirulina both have a wide variety of red pigments, right? So when you're talking about vitamin A, that's what you're talking about, right? You're talking about red pigments, right? Anything from the orange, even the dark yellow space, all the way into like your burgundy. All of those would be considered vitamin A, some form of vitamin A. Preform, proform, beta carotene, retinol, retinoic acid, zeaxanthin, lutein, this one, that you got a bunch of a bunch of things that fit in the vitamin A spectrum. But that's what those are. Those are typically like the orange to the dark red pigments. And those are important for your eyes because vitamin A is responsible for a lot of things in your body, not just eyes, but in your eyes and all throughout your body. They help stem cells become neurons and pigment cells. So they help with the production and maintenance of brand new neurons, nerve cells, and pigment cells, because they all come from the same type of stem cells. Pigment, nerves, and neurons, they all come from the same type of cells. So technically, I'm predicting there's one day coming that they'll just be seen as one type of cell, right? Which will expand our definition of what the brain is. That's one of the things that Jules Pookrum was talking about back in the day. Shout out to Jules Pookrum. What a crazy self. Jules Pookrum was the GOAT at one time. Then she went a little crazy. Yeah, she started eating pork and she started going crazy. But Jules Pookrum was the GOAT at one time. And that's one of the things she was trying to teach about. Got to give credit where credit is due. But yeah, so vitamin A does that, and so that's how vitamin A impacts the eyes. And you have, Botana oil is dominated by vitamin A and vitamin E. Vitamin A in vitamin E, and it has a wide assortment of vitamin A's, and it has a complete assortment of vitamin E's, right? When you get to the chlorella also has a good, and spirulina, they have a good amount of vitamin A. So taking those individually or all together will definitely impact your eyes, because we are all on social media right now. We're all on social media. This is all brand new, respectfully. This is all brand new. And one of the things that is silently impacting people's immune systems, not just eye health, but also cancer and other things, is the fact that we're on social media all the time, right? So this is why I'm telling y'all, we're getting ready to go through a downward spiral in health, right? It's kind of already begun, but it hasn't been that pronounced yet. And the pandemic actually helped. The pandemic actually helped because the pandemic did two things. A, it covered up the downward spiral, because everybody associated the downward spiral towards the pandemic and everything that had to do with the pandemic. Even now, people are saying anything that's going wrong with them is something because they had the shot or whatever, like, but in reality, a lot of what people are experiencing has to do with the elevated levels of blue light toxicity that we're dealing with. And the blue light toxicity comes from all the social media, right? And the largest impact you have is in the eye, which means the brain, because the eye is an external extension of your brain. So we're losing vitamin A because vitamin A is the buffer for blue light. So your body sequesters vitamin A to try to neutralize all the incoming blue light. Now, do we get blue light from the sun and natural sources? Sure. But we don't get synthetic, isolated blue light like we do from our devices. And no matter what type of screen we put on it, or the app, I got the app, or I use the glasses, like all of those things are good to help, but then none of those things are mitigating the full on exposure. And people that do like streaming, like me, you have to take extra measures. So you want your vitamin A, intake every day to be a little bit higher than John Q. Public, right? Because now I got the computers all on facing me. Plus I got big lights around the room like this. I got big lights like this that's in here, right? See, this is a big light. So when you live streaming, you have lots of light. Yeah, we know you got to clock in. Shout out to everybody that's on the grind. Let me see, what you talking about, Paul? Man, I can't click that from here. You got to type the name of the article in the chat so we can all look at it. Right. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, so you got to go above and beyond, right? And so that becomes the key thing, right? So think about the conversation we're having. If we're talking about protective agents, right, which are normal parts of your diet, right? I want y'all to get it. So I'm trying to slow it down as much as possible today, because yesterday we had a wild conversation on Medicine about cancer. If we have natural protective agents, right, then that means those protective agents have to be getting drained somehow. And we don't need to create like imaginary parasites for that. Our laptop is a parasite. Our laptop is a parasite, right? Our laptop is literally draining the protective agents from the body, because once you get low on certain types of vitamin A in your body, your inflammation goes up. So once the inflammation goes up, now there's a host of other things that are protective agents that are being drained to constantly try to silence that inflammation, right? So it's a whole kind of yeah. I mean, I've been telling people for the longest to don't put your phone to your ear. Never use your phone like this. Never use a phone like this. Never, ever, ever do that. Never do that. Listen to what I'm telling you. Never do that. Never do that. Never, ever, ever find yourself talking on the phone like this. Putting a phone to your head is crazy. Putting a phone to your head is nasty work. Never find yourself doing that. Talk on speakerphone. Talk on speakerphone. Period. If you're having a sensitive conversation, fine. Take it up speakerphone, put it to your head. Right? But that shouldn't be your standard. That shouldn't be your standard practice of using a phone. Your standard practice of using the phone should be on speakerphone. And it'll help you be a more honest person. Because lies hurt your health as well. Yeah. Oh, it says MCT is not as good. Yeah, I didn't think so. MCT is good for the body, right? But good for the body doesn't mean that in a plastic bottle or a glass jar, MCT is going to be a good host for vitamin D and vitamin K, right? Because coconut oil is not exactly. So oil is fat. Fat is oil, right? These are lipid molecules, right? But there's all types of different types of lipid molecules. And when we consume coconut oil, our body breaks down those medium chain triglycerides and makes stuff out of it. Those don't necessarily become stored in our body. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not exactly the same fat in our body that stores the vitamin D3 or the vitamin K. Plus, in our body, even though we say like something is fat soluble, that's not really the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's not like when you go to court, you go to jail or you go to court, they say you got to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Like, so when you say fat soluble vitamins are stored in fat, that's not the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's like a partial truth. You know, like that's not the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You know what I'm saying? Inside your body, every nutrient, right? This is a part of discovering a nutrient. This is how nutrients are discovered, right? Because we talk about this all the time. So I want y'all to put this together in your mind so you get it. A nutrient is discovered, right? Because, you know, people are getting sick or something's happening to them that's bad. And then there's a natural plant or food that somehow miraculously fixes the problem, right? So when people was having scurvy, right, I think they start eating like citrus fruits. Yeah, I think it was scurvy with the citrus fruits. And then all of a sudden, the citrus fruits was known as the cure for scurvy. Then later on, we got into the lab with the citrus fruits and isolated the thing, and that became vitamin C. Same thing with pellagra. You know what I'm saying? Pellagra, I think, was vitamin B something, B2 maybe, or whatever, right? But it's not just a matter of finding that a food or a plant has a compound that heals up your body from whatever it is, but it's also finding that your body has a whole entire system for it. It's not just if your body eats it, it does good things for your body. No, your body actually has like receptors, transporters, and like a whole complicated system already built into it to match whatever this thing is. You know what I'm saying? So that's how scientists can tell, okay, well, we're actually supposed to have this. Yeah, this is something we're supposed to have every day, because not only does it facilitate your body's health, but your body's literally built around having these type of molecules or whatever in your body. You know what I'm saying? So inside your body, there's a whole system for carrying, transporting, and storing vitamin D. Inside your body, there's a whole system for carrying, transporting, and storing and using. I forgot using. Carrying, transporting, storing, and using. Yeah. Carrying, transporting, storing, and using vitamin D. Carrying, transporting, storing, and using K, A, E, F, all of these different vitamins. So it's not just like random. You know what I'm saying? It's not random where they just like get shoved into fat cells. You know what I'm saying? There's specific kind of, you know what I mean? So just offhand, when I heard about it, in my mind, I'm saying to myself, well, you know, like virgin coconut oil doesn't have any of those key factors that your body would have to facilitate vitamin D or vitamin K. It's just sitting in there. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to cause it to probably degrade over time, or, you know, whatever the case may be. So that's why I'm just saying offhand. But you know, you can speculate, you can hypothesize, but if you don't know, you don't know. So we might have found out something new and crazy, like, oh, yo, this is the new wave. Then I might have had to get some coconut oil and put some. Yeah, I might have had to try to put the coconut, you know, put it together. But we already got the batana oil. You know what I'm saying? We already got the batana oil. So we'd have probably just added the D and the K into the batana oil, if that was a thing. But no. Separate but consumed at the same time, I think, is the best way to go. Have them separate and eat it at the same time. Bro, it's definitely pause worthy. It's definitely pause worthy, because I don't even try to have my phone next to my privates either. Period. I try to have my phone right in here. I try to keep my phone in this area. So my coat pocket, you know what I'm saying? So if I wind up coming down with something in this area of my body, it's probably from cell phone usage, because I try to keep my phones here. I used to work at Verizon, so I learned too much. I know too much to have my phone in my pants pocket. Like, that's wow. We're not putting the cell phone next to the jewels. Yeah. I might want to, you know what I mean? I might want to work on baby quantum out here in these streets. I got to keep them things, you know what I mean? Yeah. I might try to get me the whole another 5 started. You know what I mean? My little ones is 10. They're going to get big and leave me lonely. Yeah, I might need to start me up some fresh babies or something. So the cell phone does not go next to the genitals. Yeah. So it doesn't go near either head. Pause. Yeah, we gotta keep that. Yeah, we gotta keep that. Yo, I like that. Yeah, I like that name. Quantum is in the mix. If I have another baby, the name will be Quantum. Yeah, definitely not having a phone in my back pocket either. Now that's pause for a different reason. I don't know any men that carry their cell phone in their back pocket. That's interesting. Yeah, back pocket is almost the same as breast. I don't know about that. But I wouldn't carry my phone in my back pocket because, again, I worked at Verizon. And that was like the second most popular reason for people bringing their broken phones into the store. Obviously, the number one reason is the phone got wet. But the number two reason is they got their phone in their back pocket. And I don't know what makes people think that they can put glass in their back pocket because the phone is glass. It's a glass phone that's pressure sensitive. No part of that says back pocket. Well, I put it in my waist, my normally my sweaters, I like sweaters that have pockets, or I like pants that have multiple pockets. So I can put it like if you got, you know, jumper pants or camouflage, if you got some army pants with the pocket that's down by the knee, I like to have pockets like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'll put them down there. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times I either have my phone in my hand, maybe I'll put my phone in my book bag, or I'll put my phone in my body pockets. It's either the back or the side, and the side is too close to the paws. Nah, you got to get the pockets right here. Like this sweater right here. The sweater I had on yesterday, the blue sweater, I had the pockets right here. My hoodie sweater pockets right here. Yeah, I always got the upper pockets right here so I can put stuff. And now they got this guy on the internet. I should have asked for somebody to get me one for Christmas, but I didn't know the price. And now the price done went up, so it wouldn't even be a value. But there's a guy on the internet that got the fake gun holster, but it's a cell phone holster. So you put the holster over, like the old school gun holster for like the 38 or whatever, you know what I'm saying? The detectives used to have in the old school movies. Somebody made that for your cell phone. You know what I'm saying? So your cell phone can hang like, or you got two cell phones. I don't know. It sounds a little ridiculous. But when I seen them on sale, I should have got one. I seen them on sale for like $15 or $20. I should have got one then. Now this probably ridiculous. So, but yeah, Paul, what happened to you? We was waiting for you to give us the title to the article. You ain't pop up with the title to the article. Paul, you trolling. You ain't find no damn article. Paul, you ain't found no article. Paul, you made that up. Paul, did you make that up? You put the title to the article up? I don't see no title to no article. I was looking for it. The article says the MCT is not as good. I see that. And then I see where you put the link to the article. But that's why I was saying I can't click the link from StreamYard. I'm not on YouTube. Hey, matter of fact, let me try to get onto the YouTube. Let me go onto the YouTube. Let me pull up the Dr. Inky YouTube page. Boom. Yeah. Okay. Now where's not in this one. Let's go over here. Let's see. Okay, medium and long chain triglycerol enhances vitamin D bioavailability in an emotion-based delivery system. Oh, okay, I see you put it right here. Boom. Boom, splash. Okay, now we can all take a look at this. Now we can all take a look at this. Love is the way. All right, what we got here? Medium and long chain structure triacylglycerol enhances vitamin D bioavailability in an emulsion-based delivery system. Vitamin D is an essential fat-soluble micronutrient required for maintaining and regulating calcium. Sunlight, blah, blah, blah. In this research, 2 different medium-long-chain triglycerol structures possessing identical fatty acid composition lipids and physical mixtures were selected. Our results showed that STG had a significant vitamin D bioavailability compared to MCT and LCT in terms of lipid digestion and absorption. The extent of the higher free fatty acid release, extent of lipolysis rate, and the ratio of long-chain fatty acid to medium-chain fatty acid result in a higher capacity for accommodating vitamin D when forming mixed micelles. And that's 61%. In an in vivo animal study, STG significantly increases the deliverability of vitamin D. The findings of this work may have unique applications for designing novel interesterified lipids with an effective delivery capacity for fat-soluble nutrients. Okay, I see what you're saying with this article, Paul, but I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced based on what I read right here that that I wouldn't get more benefit from just having them at the same time. You see what I'm saying? I'm still not convinced that I right, because I get what the article is saying, and the article is saying what I'm saying, that having them at the same time increases the bioavailability. But we kind of been knew that consuming fats at the same time as fat soluble nutrients, you know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of what my question is does the vitamin D degrade over time? The vitamin D or the vitamin K? Okay, so I think Mr. Lungs is coming in on some comedic science vibe Friday morning. Remember, we got Mr. Lungs. We got our next Dr. Kepper and Mr. Lungs Friday morning at 10 a.m. Okay, so here's what I got. Look, this is what happened when I asked the demons. Right? Here's what I get when I ask the demons. If I crush up a vitamin D tablet and store it in MCT oil, right, what will happen? And they said it will likely degrade and lose potency over time. Right? So putting it in the pill, putting it in the oil where it's going to be exposed to oxygen and the oil itself, the moisture of the oil itself, right? So that's what I'm, oh man, y'all can't see what I'm looking at. My bad. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So here's where I asked, if I crush a vitamin D pill and store it in MCT oil, will it degrade? Right? And so this is what I'm talking about in terms of the actual potency of the vitamin D itself. Right? So to keep it at maximum potency of whatever is in it, you want to keep it like it is. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep it, the pill, however it is, or the tablet or the capsule, whatever that is, you want to keep that how that is. And then just consume it all at the same time. Yeah, they trolling. They just coming up with ways to sell the same old stuff at higher prices. Don't always look at these combinations as something slick. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times what happens is, and I'm just giving you an example, not to say that's what's happening there, but a lot of times this is what does happen, right? Say for instance, they could sell you vitamin D for $20. They could sell you vitamin K for $20. They could sell you the coconut oil for $20. Now, I'm not saying those are the right prices. I'm just saying, just for example, they could put that together and call that an advanced delivery system nutraceutical and sell that for $99. I see that happen quite a bit. They take normally findable, nutrients and then mix it together in some type of way. And then be like, oh, this is the, nah, that ain't, no, because that ain't even the design. The way my body is designed that I would be getting these things from separate sources anyway. So my body is designed as a laboratory to synthesize the separate sources and do what it's trying to do, as opposed to me trying to do something I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what my body does. So I'm going to let my body continue to do that thing it does. And I'm going to give it the vitamin D separately, right? Because if you eat food, there's no food in nature that has every single nutrient in it. So in order to get all your daily nutrients, your body's designed that you're going to have to eat multiple different types of foods. So I don't think mashing everything together is a big, Now, some things go together, but everything doesn't have to be mashed together. I know for convenience, it makes it easy if I can put 4 or 5 different things into one bottle. You know what I mean? But and I'm not saying, listen, hold. Let me backtrack. Let me backtrack a second here. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, right? I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but you do lose potency over time. You know what I'm saying? So who knows how long that product has been sitting on the shelf before you purchase it. And then all of the time that you take to consume it, like every day, you're losing some stuff. So if, when they packaged it, it was 5,000 IUs a serving. By the time you get it, it might be 2,000, 3,000, it might be 3,000 or 2,000. IUs are serving, because it's degrading, you know, which is still a lot of vitamin D, but it just might not be what, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah. Okay, yeah, they trolling. They trolling. The peppermint oil. Once they go peppermint oil and olive oil, I know they trolling. I know they trolling. They just going crazy. They just basically selling anything people will buy. Because, oh yeah, olive oil. People know about olive oil. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the dude taking the steroids, say he living forever, getting younger. What's his name? Brian Johnson. Not the Liver King, the other Brian Johnson that sleep in the hyperbaric machine. Yeah, he's selling liver oil for $1 zillion. He's killing people. He's selling $8 bottles of olive oil for $70. Oh my God. His marketing campaign is crazy. But yeah, that olive oil, he is beating people over the head left and right. And he takes steroids. So all of his results of looking younger and all that is based on him taking steroids. And he has very expensive steroids that he takes. He rubs them into his skin. So that look of smooth skin literally comes from him rubbing in steroids. Yeah, he rubs in steroids. What's the name of them things? Let me see. What do you call them things? Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. Okay. Well, it ain't no name for it. Boop. Duh. I'm dumb. There's no name for it. It's just dermal. Yeah, you just call it dermal anabolic steroids, but that's what he's taking. Dermal anabolic steroids. So he's not injecting himself. He's just rubbing it on and it goes straight through his skin. So there's an effect, obviously, on the tightening of the skin, and then it hits the bloodstream secondary and gets to the muscles and all that secondarily. Whereas if you inject the steroids, it's going straight into the bloodstream and the muscle first. And then you'll get some effect on the skin depending on how much your muscles and your organs absorb. The skin will be a secondary or tertiary absorber, and whatever the case may be. But if you rubbing it into your skin, you get a primary pronounced effect in the skin, and then whatever is not absorbed in the skin obviously makes it to the blood and the muscles, and it circulates through the body. Why spirituality and science are so compatible for the students and teacher? And do scientists combine a spirituality vantage when conveying a scientific approach? If I understand your question correctly. If I don't, you got to rewrite it. But if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's more of a historical thing, right? It's more of a historical, what you is more historical. So when you go back to the earliest origins of organized science, that's Kemet, right? And in Kemet, there is no separation from spirituality and science. Science is exploring spirituality. That's what science is. Science is to figure out the spirituality. So there's no separation at all between spirituality and science and Kemet. When you get to the Greeks, there's no separation between, there's a tiny, tiny fraction of a separation between spirituality and science, right? A tiny, tiny separation. But what happened with the Greeks, and the Greeks is what really kicked it into motion for there to be a full-fledged separation between science and spirituality. The Greeks kicked it into motion because the Greeks was into a lot of just a lot of like wild sex. The Greeks was into a lot of wild sex and drugs and alcohol, and the Greeks was wild. And so that wild sex and the drugs and all that mixed into their spirituality, to whereas the Greeks have, you know, gods, Greek gods are into, you know, you have male Greek gods that rape boys, and that's cool. Like that's a part of the religion. And you got holidays where, you know, there's holidays designed for the men to be able to rape young girls and all of that. That's kind of where Valentine's Day stems from. And this is spirituality in Greece. You know what I'm saying? So, so when the Romans come in, the Romans have a more militant, like they looking at the Greek, like, nah, you know what I'm saying? So that's why some things we can't just like, oh, white folks do this. It's not exactly how that works. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of different types of white folks. So when the Romans came in, they wasn't really with none of the Greek action. You know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't with none of the Greek action. So they started to separating even further, you know, science or the exploration of nature from spirituality, because spirituality was kind of a gray space post-Kemet. You know, the Greeks were able to learn, decipher, and be taught some things about math and music and things like that from the Kemetic people. But a lot of those priests, you know, they had oaths, you know what I'm saying? So they would die before they transmitted. So that's why it's taken us so long to figure out a lot of the Kemetic history, because it wasn't transmitted to the Greeks, which then to the Romans, and then so on and so forth. We, you know, we got to use our DNA, you know, and research, time, study, you know what I'm saying, to unravel some of that stuff. And then Rome still didn't formally create the divide. The divide doesn't formally come in until you get like Germany, right? And not Germany per se, like we know it. We think of like the Hitler time period, like the 1900s is Germany. But I just mean like the Germans, because Rome is the Germans. Rome is the Germans. That's one group of people. And so when you have the church formally constituted and you have the Pope, that's when you really begin. The church finalized the separation between science and spirituality and created the idea of religion. And so the idea of religion is actually a replacement for spirituality, right? Religion is pretty much the study of the remnants of Kemet. I said Kemet. The remnant of the studies of Kemet, right? Yeah, they got rid of spirituality because they couldn't decipher spirituality from gobbledygook. So they just got rid of all of it. So anything that had anything to do with anything besides Jesus could have got you set on fire or hung or your head cut off or something to that effect. So anything. anything. Talking about water, like if you was trying to tell people that water was healthy for them, you could have got killed for that. This is why we in the situation we in, where medical schools in America open up in 1765, but we don't even find out what a water molecule is made out of for another 50 years. Think about that. We got medical schools and hospitals, but we don't know what water is. We don't know how water impacts health. You know, when we get into the cancer thing, and we still ain't get into the conversation yet, the main convo. But last night on Medicine, we was talking about Otto Warburg. So think about that. We have medical schools open in 1765, but Otto Warburg in the 1900s gets a Nobel Peace Prize for studying oxygen, right? And oxygen's effect on microbes, right? So, and you would think that something that basic and simple would have needed to be known before having like a medical. So medical schools open without us understanding oxygen or water. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? And that's primarily because of the church, because studying the air, studying the water, studying the sun, those things were considered to be pagan and witchcraft by the church. So they could have got you killed. So even the idea of what science is, like nowadays we have debates. Like I was on Sinetta page last week, right? And we was having some interesting conversations, but I was trying to explain to them, and then it was actually a mathematician. He jumped on and he was like backing me up. But I was trying to explain to them that the definition of what we call physics today, or physical, has expanded, right? Along with the term science. The term science has expanded, right? Because what we're allowed to study has expanded. So nowadays, studying nature seems like second nature. Like, oh yeah, studying science is the study of nature and study of the environment. Yeah, but that's not a fact. That's what it means today. But if we're talking about the roots, you can't say that, because studying nature in the early periods of science would have got you killed. This is the reason why there's a such thing as Freemasonry today. That's why Freemasonry exists. There would be no Freemasonry if nature wasn't outlawed, if spirituality wasn't outlawed. So because nature and spirituality were outlawed, you had to have underground systems of study. So that's the thing that gets different also, right? That's the thing that also gets confused, because I know they're having some conversations about Masonry. We probably have a Masonic conversation tomorrow. Let me see if I can get one of my brothers with higher degrees than I have to come on and have the conversation with me. But yeah, I don't think that there would be a Masonry if nature and spirituality were not outlawed. I think those subjects only exist. I mean, Masonry only exists because of those subjects being outlawed. And so one of the things that we get confused today is the difference between a secret society and a society with secrets, right? These are two different things. And it sounds like a word play, right? Especially if you're an outsider that doesn't understand initiation, and you're curious, and you've been programmed or brainwashed in your mind already to be like, oh yeah, see, that's that talk right there. He's trying to keep the secrets. Like, no, there's a difference. Back in the days, you had societies with secrets. All you got to do is join the society and you learn the information, but the information is not for everybody. You got to join up and you learn the information. Simple as that, right? That is an open society, but they have their own curriculums for their own people, and their people are paying and funding. So it's only right that belongs to them. Now, that's how the idea of fraternities and sororities and initiatory society, that's how that was created. That's how that started from the earliest times. But when you get the creation of the church, things get very, very different. With the creation of the church, people are now getting killed. Whole families are getting killed, period. Your kids, I don't think people understand it, because we had these conversations and it's like we desensitized to the understanding, or we can't really empathize or imagine it. But think about, if you're a young scientist and you got some ideas about whatever, maybe you think something's in the water or whatever it is, that could get your whole family clipped. Your whole family. You're going to watch your moms and your dad get hung and set on fire, your little brothers and sisters or whatever. Or if you're grown, if you're a parent, you got kids, your kids getting set on fire. Like, it was wild and brutal. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you had to, in order to study those things and teach those things. If you was teaching that y'all think it's wild now. Oh my goodness. If you was teaching that information, forget about it. You know what I'm saying? So they developed secret societies now. So the society with secrets is a public society. Like Masons are public. And it's not really that many secrets, because you can get all the Masonic books on you can download. So it's a public society, but the society keeps its information proprietary just for the members, right? A secret society is a society that you're not even supposed to know exists, right? So over the centuries, as Masonry began to be more well known, people created more groups, and they use Masonry as a fishing, like a starting point, because they know that there's a certain level of thinking for Masons, and they'll pull Masons into other places. You know what I'm saying? And so you got Fraternity of the Eagles, the this, the that, all kinds of stuff, all the way up until you get to like international groups, and it's a wild universe of secret societies. But it starts though with the church. It starts with the church killing people for trying to learn about their bodies and nature and all that, period. Any of that was blasphemy. So the church kept people ignorant for a good, I'm going to say we would still be in the dark ages if it was up to the church. Period. This whole world of technology owes itself to Freemasonry and Kemet. Everything that we have in this world in terms of education, science, math, technology, all of that comes from Freemasons, and their roots go back to Kemet, period. So that whole European Renaissance era, which is where our colleges and universities and all that, all of those were Masonic, working underground. And so when you get a lot of the wars between different royal families and the church and all of that kind of stuff that you learn about in history class, a lot of it doesn't make sense because there's certain contextual facts that they leave out. Yeah, so they leave out slavery. You don't really learn the context of slavery in those wars and conversations, and economic battles. You don't learn about sugar and the weight that sugar had on international war and commerce. You don't learn about knowledge, information, and how it was, its weight and value in international war and commerce. And that was primarily the parcel of Masons. right? Trafficking in information and science. So that's a good question right there. You know what I'm saying? But let me end it with this. We went into a 360 degree, right? So we have worked our way all the way back into spirituality, no matter what name somebody tries to put on it. But as per the 1900s, and I really go back before the 1900s. That's why you'll hear me mention Max Planck a lot, right? Because Max Planck is the one who fully really kicked it off. And he was studying black body radiation. And from black body radiation, he really delved into the unseen universe. And from the unseen universe, the study of black body radiation, the absorption and adsorption of light and emission of light, you start to get into, hydrogen, and then from there we get Maxwell with the relationship of electric fields and magnetic fields. And then turn the century, 1900s, that's when we start to get, Einstein and Schrodinger and all of those guys coming, J.J. Thomas and all these other guys coming along, and so now we get quantum mechanics. But quantum mechanics is spirituality, right? But the ancient Greek problem still exists today, right? And when I say the ancient Greek problem is that you had spirituality, which is the science of the unseen forces that create and sustain our seen universe. So basically, the unseen forces and energy that creates matter, that was spirituality, period. But then I told you the Greeks came in and they started mixing a lot of alcohol, drugs, and sex in with spirituality. So those became what known as the dark arts and all that, right? Influencing people to, so today we still have that going on. So most people walking around don't have a clear idea on spirituality. So they can't understand that quantum mechanics is Kemetic spirituality, because the Netchers is just anthropomorphized ideas about energy and forces. And then you have the embodiment of those energy and forces in particular people, because that's what we are, who we are. That's how we live. Those forces, when we're talking about diabetes and all these different things, that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about energy metabolism in the body. You know what I'm saying? And so, right, there's that, right? But today we still have that problem where spirituality is mixed up with gobbledygook, right? And then over the years, the gobbledygook has gotten crazy, and anthropomorphized stories have grown legs, and those stories have grown legs, and those stories have grown legs, and those stories have grown legs, to the point where religions have had to create secret societies to keep pure spaces for information, right? So the progenitors of the Bible culture, which would be the Jewish people, right? Those would be your progenitors, whether Israelites or Christians or whatever. They may get mad with that, but that's the fact. So they have created pure groups within, right? So that's where you get the Kabbalists and Jewish mysticism and those kind of things. But even in that pocket, they're still only studying Kemetic, because the 22 pathways in the Jewish mysticism, it comes right out of the Ebers Papyrus. Those are the 22 pathways of the Metu vessels in the body, where the Netchers communicate and live at in the body. So it's still talking about the divine energy, how it manifests as us, as in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's really no just depends on what level of science you're talking about, right? But if you're talking about quantum mechanics, that's spirituality. So even if somebody doesn't, I'm saying all that to say, a scientist may not know they're talking about spirituality. You can have an atheist teaching quantum mechanics. And he's a person that doesn't believe in spirituality, but he's teaching quantum mechanics, right? He's teaching how the unseen world creates, shapes, and sustains the seen world that we know of, right? So, you know, that's another reason why it's important to have a historical approach to some of this stuff so we can see how concepts evolved over time. When we think about evolution, we just think physical all the time. That's the problem. We got to stop thinking physical so much. That's the concept of the particle and the wave. The particle is physical, the wave is not, right? But we know there's an equivalency between particles and waves, right? So we got to think that way too, you know? So thoughts, concepts, ideas evolve over time. So it's not just a matter of species evolving, but concepts, ideas, mental, you know? And so, yeah, our concept of what reality is has evolved over time, you know, to the point where there's a time period where, you know, what would be considered modern science doesn't know what an atom is. Then there's a time period where atoms get formalized as the building blocks of matter, the building blocks of reality, because there's nothing smaller in the universe than an atom, right? And you fast forward a little while, boom, and you find out that there is some stuff smaller than an atom. And then you find out that that stuff is not even composed of actual stuff. An atom is 99% empty space. That means an atom is 99% unseen, unseen, you know, energy, right? So that's why there was always, you know, a rough understanding between matter and mass, because sometimes they're used interchangeably, but they're not the same, right? And then you got energy. So you got energy, and then between energy and matter, you have the concept of mass, which is kind of like a calculation of the energy confined in matter, right? yeah. He said, give me a round of applause for the best deep question for the day. You got that. You got that. No, nobody's all right. Matter of fact, yeah, we need to take a break from our sponsors and then come back to get back to the cancer, because we ain't get to the cancer theme yet. Yeah. We got to take a break and then come back with cancer. We ain't get to the main subject yet. Melody first diabetes. We here.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Your business. Don't mind your business. Don't mind his money. Repent is your self-defense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Dollar, 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 dollar bill.
Dollar bill, dollar bill, dollar, dollar. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream stopped at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on some shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story. The currency of patience.
I'm glad you said that, because all of the music comes from the books. So the music is not random. Yeah, all of the songs actually come from the books. So in the pocket of the conversation we having, right? What I'm talking about is, man, do I even have a dollar on me? What I'm actually talking about is the science of a dollar bill. So it's a couple of things that I'm talking about in this song, but it's relative to the new book, or at least certain parts of the last 2 or 3 new books. One, right? So in Kemet, right, we don't actually have pronunciations for all of the words. So a lot of the words and the names have multiple pronunciations. This is why you have, like, for instance, you have Wusir and you have Asar. Wusir and Asar are both considered correct pronunciations of Osiris's name. Osiris is not, right? All of that's one person for the people that may not know. Wusir, Asar, and Osiris. All of that's the same thing. Osiris is the Greek pronunciation. Osiris is the Greek pronunciation, but it is the popular pronunciation that the world understands. So sometimes if you're saying Asar or you're saying Wusir, right? Because a lot of people know Asar, but even fewer know Wusir, right? Which is more accurate, especially when you add the spiral in, because there's a spiral in his name that's not always there. Sometimes it's just the throne and the eye of Re, right? But there's also a spiral associated, and so that gives you a more specific, you know what I'm saying? So you Wusir as opposed to Asar. But both of those are considered to be correct pronunciation. But anyway, my point is this, before I get into a long the names and the words, because they don't actually have a vowel system, and people are superimposing vowel sounds, even borrowing from neighboring languages, right? Which is one of the reasons that I'm gonna start up like a weekly show with my guy Harwin. Y'all see him in the chat often, right? But his name is Harwin. He doesn't pronounce his name Harwin, right? I pronounce his name Harwin. He pronounces his name as Harwin. Because again, this is one of those terms, the WN, right? So you can pronounce it as onein or winning, win or one if there's only one N instead of 2 N's, right? Which is another name for Osiris, right? So what I'm talking about in the books is the concept of the $1 bill actually being a tribute to Osiris. The $1 bill is a tribute to Osiris. People don't know that because, again, most people, they're not really, I don't know what people are doing in Masonry. Most Masons aren't really studying Masonry. And most people outside, they don't know what the hell goes on inside Masonry. But yeah, but the $1 bill is a tribute to Osiris, right? Which is the reason why when you look on the back of the $1 bill, right, you see really big, it has the name, it says the letter, the words for, the ONE for one. So it's a $1 bill. But that doesn't trigger your brain if you don't know that Osiris's name, one of his names, is also one. So if you just think of one as the word for a number, you don't have another association for the phonetic sound of one, right? So then the pyramid and the bird remain a mystery, because you don't know what the pyramid is doing there with the all-seeing eye. It doesn't make sense, right? But if you know that one is Osiris's name, then all of a sudden the pyramid being there with the eye of Re, it super makes sense. Like, oh, yeah, that. Now, if this is $1, if this is a tribute to Osiris, then it makes sense that there's a pyramid on here and an eye of Re on here. Then it makes sense. And then you have the eagle, which is a tribute, obviously, to Horus, right? But here we have the eagle as opposed to the falcon. But in the eagle's hands, the eagle is holding 13 olives and 13 arrows. So the number 13 is always, again, associated with the body of Osiris, because his body was broken up into 14 parts, but his penis was consumed by the catfish. So Isis was only able to find 13 of his body parts and put it back together. So that's why the pyramid has 13 steps on the back of the dollar. There's 13 arrows, 13 olives, right? The olives come from Akhenaten. Akhenaten was making a tribute to Aten with the olive branch. That's where the olive branch comes from. It doesn't come from the Bible. It's 18th dynasty. And the arrows come from Neith, which is the protector. And then if you look very closely on the back of a dollar bill, you see an owl, right? The owl seals the deal, because the owl was put in places of like funerary texts or funerary, because the owl was considered like a night protector. So there's a hidden owl on the back of the $1 bill. So the whole song is about, right? And that's where we get the green and all that, everything, the green with the green. So the whole song is about Osiris. Some people probably, they might listen to the song, they think I'm talking about dollars and money or whatever. I don't know what they're thinking, you know what I'm saying? But that's what the song, that's what the song is about. You know what I'm saying? That's what the song is about. And about the origin of business, right? Where Wall Street, the origin of Wall Street was where they were selling slaves. So stocks and bonds literally comes from livestock in bondage, right? Livestock is animals, bondages in chains. So livestock in bondage was sold and auctioned at Wall Street. So that's what, you know, that's what the song is about. Like, it's, yeah. But if people haven't read the new book, they won't have a concept for the song. You know what I'm saying?
Melody first diabetes. We here. Time to make magic, baby. Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Your business. To mind your business. To mind is money. Repent is your self-defense.
You see, and this is where you have your banks. Your earliest bank concept comes from rivers, river banks. And remember that Kemet was a river civilization. So it only makes sense that rivers become sacred in the Bible. So Jesus was baptized in the river right off the river banks. So this is where the conversation about banks and waves, you know, there's a lot There's a lot in this song. You know what I'm saying? You know, somebody just had to sit with it and listen to it and watch the video 1,000 times, you know, before they figure out everything.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Dollar, 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 dollar bill.
Dollar bill, dollar bill, dollar, dollar. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream start at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on some shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the bottom, now we started from the bottom. Started from the bottom. Money's blood, a magical force. The logo with money give life to a corpse. Health is wealth, spell a glitch. If health is wealth, how does a corpse get rich? Just that Wall Street flow, baptism, homage. You know human lives, stock and bondage. It's what you crave. Banks direct the way again. Banks directing the way. Built it all on dollar bills, the foundation. Every dream started at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Built it on no shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the column, now we started from the column. Who started? Started from the column, wealth is inside it. Romeo Osiris, the first course we were doing dirt mean. Here the reason for the number 13, pyramid symbolism, understand the doctrine. Knowledge branches came from like a knot in levels from the. She chopped the stakes, the 13th race. After the 12 days, Osiris' days on Aries was gaze. The Emmys, the logo stamped engraved. In the beginning was the birds, head and wave. One is one is me. From Abra, I am. One is one is me. From Abra, I am. Every second she said it's a pit. Let's talk about living in sin. It was money, little long. It's just a coincidence. State religion is the strongest. We got money, man. Money, money, money. We got money, man. Money, money, money. We got money, man. Money, money, money. Dollar bill, built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream started before it turned into a nation. Built it on with a short rush inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. So this walk on my vision never was empire, built brick by brick, dollar by dollar, another chase stand. Honest to the flex, I was cannon every ground, just under respect, my before don't forget the time. Every nest I feet, I don't give up with the dream as they vision that a breathe. I should fake love, hope for paper, I seen paper, turn to power. For the truth in every tower, these are things don't say the hours. Residents never bring me out what you gon' do with this. I won't pretend no like but make the singers do it is. I don't work some money, I can manage it. When they can work multiple logic, dollar bills teach you economics, train bills teach you standards. Like one of those straight on alias, people are messed up and proud. But if you go with strength in your own hand, try one for half time. American money, your side is stand 13 is an opera. You want it left for it's a tribal bill, put it all on dollar bills, foundation. Every dream inside at the bottom, before it turned into a nation. Nothing on what the store, that's no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the bottom, started from the bottom. Everybody keep the signs in the side, they don't see the structure, holding it up. With the men speak, holding, don't try, visor, and we're not counting it up. He is the mention, true value if I catch it. And mine expensive, no need for convincing, I'm crazy on life, blue at the go lights, the game is sliced, hell is information. You are seeing at the station, Freemasonry is Asian, got Freemasonry is Asian. What is one, from my name, I am it. What is what is what, from my name, I am it. In a sentence, but Felix is in Paris. Talk about living in sin. People with the most real and obvious, it's a course in the hands, but my living in a strong. Dollar bill, built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream star at the bottom. Make that money, make it on the wall, back, bring it on.
I love Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki.
Yeah, so it's something to it. The songs are not just random. You know what I'm saying? All of the songs have. The concept is also that book is a part of a series. That's the third book, right? The first book is at Barnes and Nobles. Books 2 and book 3 is at Amazon. But the series is titled "Books Are the Food, the Songs Are the Vitamins." So the book is the primary study source, but the songs reinforce the stuff that's in the books. So we have a whole playlist of songs that come out of the 3 books, right? But yeah, so and sometimes it's just about being thought provoking and just creating a dialogue, right? Because most people, we say the phrase "health is wealth," but we never think about it in the other direction, right? Health is wealth, so wealth is health, right? So if health is wealth, how does a corpse get rich, right? A corpse is an incorporation, right? A corpse is an incorporation. It is a synthetic or artificial person. That's why the name of the song is "Started from the Golem," right? Like started from the bottom, but no, started from the golem. Because a golem is a artificially created person. Right? So, and that's the definition. Literally, a golem and an incorporation basically have the same definition. Yeah, make that mummy. You know what I'm saying? Make that mummy. It ain't make that money. It's not. We're not saying make that money. We saying make that mummy because the foundation of American money is Osiris, right? That's why the pyramid is there, the eye array is there, the 13, all that. You know what I'm saying? That's why it says "In God We Trust" over top where it says one. Just if you notice that God is never identified. It says "In God We Trust," but that God is never identified, right? The only thing you have to go on is the pyramid, you know what I'm saying? And people just often reference Christianity because of the olives, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the only real thing on the back of the dollar bill that references Christianity is the olive branches. You know what I'm saying? But that's because they don't know that those olive branches come from Akhenaten and Aten in the 18th dynasty, which is really where all of the Kemetic stories come from anyway, is the 18th dynasty. I mean, the biblical stories come from the 18th dynasty, right? From the Exodus and all of the whole program. So, but that's where that's from. Akhenaten with the olive branches, Neith and the arrows, all of that kind of stuff. And the number 13 is obviously the main feature because on one side with the eagle, you have 13 3 times, right? You got 13 3 times, right? Which is the olive branches, the arrows, and then the stars over the eagle head. And then on the other side of the dollar bill, you have the pyramid, but it's a step pyramid with 13 steps. And then you have Ray on top. Right. So that symbolized on both sides, that lets you know that 13 is the main thing that's symbolized there. And that 13, that's only one, you know what I'm saying? Now, some people can say that 13 is the 12, 12 disciples and then Christ. But even if we go to Christ, we've already seen how that played out, where I had that debate with Jabari, right? The origin of Christ goes back to the same root, right? So anyway, let's get this prayer out of the way. Let's get this prayer out of the way so we can finally discuss cancer, because we discussed everything except cancer so far today. So let's get this prayer out of the way, and then we get to the conversation.
And the Lord has been all that I know in my We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. Give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats alive 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
All right, so let's get busy with the get busy. All right, so here is, or maybe we should start where we left off last night. All right, so let's go to the Medicine book real quick. All right, so we're going to go to the Medicine book. And in the Medicine book, we were talking about the most advanced understanding of cancer, right? Because originally the concept surrounding cancer was that cancer is from genes. You get cancer from genes, so there's really no way to avoid it or cure it or fight it or anything. You're just in trouble. Then they kind of develop, chemo and surgery. But the concept of cancer still kind of was the same, right? Genetics, right? And when I say genetics, genetic mutations, right? And then as research progressed, they started to see cancer cells that had no genetic mutations in them, which totally ruled out the idea of genes and mutation in terms of being the sole cause of cancer. Now, as this is happening, they're looking for other ways to explain it. And so it has already been documented to a greater or lesser extent. So as they were looking, they found old information that had been sitting around already from Otto Warburg, right? Otto Warburg got a Nobel Prize for cellular respiration, right? And since that time period, his information had been kind of put down until a gentleman named Thomas Seyfried picked it up and he started carrying the banner, right? But Thomas Seyfried is really a teacher's teacher in terms of biochemistry and biochemical mechanics. So it's not palatable for John Q. Public. It's not even palatable for most of the science world. You know what I'm saying? So up until the point where mainstream science started to really take it serious that cancer was a metabolic issue, which was also driven by diabetes statistics, which is kind of how we get involved, right? Melanin versus diabetes, the movement, right? That's how we get involved because there's a relationship between diabetes and cancer. So that was pointing mainstream cancer research towards metabolic research anyway, right? So it just so happened to be 100 years worth of information that's been overlooked on purpose or not, just laying around, right? So anyway, 2026, it is now accepted that most forms of cancer are actually, it's a metabolic disease as opposed to genetic mutation or anything like that. And the metabolic disease part throws out the window the older concepts of parasites and things like that, because parasites were considered to be a driver of genetic mutation, right? And so the people who sell products based on parasite cleanses and all that, they've just reformatted their conversation to say, oh, well, the parasites, we thought they were causing the genetic mutation, but it looks like the parasites are causing the metabolic problems. So they can keep selling you the same black walnut and whatever. All right. So, but anyway, so last night we started to read an article, right? It's on page 98, Cancer as a Metabolic Disease, right? And the article is, the lead researcher is Thomas Seyfried. Emergent evidence indicates that cancer is primarily a metabolic disease involving disturbances in energy production through respiration and fermentation. The genome, now we're going to come back to that very first sentence. That's where we're going to jump off into our food conversation, but I'm going to keep reading. The genomic instability observed in tumor cells and other recognized hallmarks of cancer are considered downstream epiphenomena of the initial disturbance of cellular energy metabolism. The disturbances in tumor cell energy metabolism can be linked to abnormalities in the structure and function of the mitochondria. When viewed as a mitochondrial metabolic disease, the evolutionary theory of Lamarck can better explain cancer progression than can the evolutionary theory of Darwin, right? So one of the things we talk about in this book is how cancer research debunks Darwin, right? Whole nother conversation though, because chimpanzees and monkeys, they don't get cancers like humans do. They get cancers, but not like we do. So that totally destroys Darwin. Anyway, cancer growth and progression can be managed following a whole body transition from fermentable metabolites, primarily glucose and glutamine, right? Put a pin right there in the glutamine thing, right? To respiratory metabolites, primarily ketone bodies. As each individual is a unique metabolic entity, personalization of metabolic therapy as a broad-based cancer treatment strategy will require fine-tuning to match the therapy of an individual's unique physiology, right? So, yes, these are ketone people, right? So they're big on ketones, right? And ketones does have a very therapeutic role to play in cancer progression or regression, right? Which is where people like Dr. Sebi and many others saw results, but they couldn't explain those results because they didn't know the science, right? They would say, oh, fasting, you know, we fasting, you're going to get this and that and the other. And fasting has these benefits. And they could tell you potential benefits of fasting, but because they didn't know the science, they couldn't explain it in a way that's articulatable, right? But this is what Dr. Sebi was teaching. This is what Elijah Muhammad would, you know, like this, they just didn't know the science, right? So when you fast, just so you understand ketones and fasting, right? When you fast, depending on what type of fast you go on, but let's assume that you're going on a liquid fast where you're just consuming liquids, right? And maybe even a water fast where you're just consuming water, right? When your body runs out of carbohydrates for energy, you're going to start to feel crazy. You're going to start to feel crazy. It's going to take your body, because your body is sending you unpleasant signals, like you're going in pain, like a crackhead or cokehead. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going through withdrawal, right? Your body's letting you know in every way possible that you need to eat, because your body primarily runs on carbohydrates. That is the preferred fuel of the human body, right? Especially the brain. Now, the heart, flawless. The heart prefers fats anyway, but the brain, glucose, sugar, carbohydrates. Remember, that's how we're coupled to the rest of the planet. So we talking about studying nature. That's photosynthesis, the creation of carbohydrates. So that's your body's preferred fuel source, carbohydrates, right? So when you stop having available carbohydrates, your body start going through it, right? So within about 13 hours, which is why we try to do that every day, right? Your body starts to initiate the production of ketones. Ketones come along with autophagy, right? You're just not getting a whole bunch of them, but your body starts to producing ketones after about 12, 13 hours of no carbohydrates, right? You'll start to feel it too, because once you get empty space in your digestive system, your stomach gonna start growling, right? That's the empty space, the empty pockets of air and gas. You get stomach growling, right? So, but once you get 24 hours in, 48 hours in, oh, it started getting different. It started getting different. Your body is already kicked into metabolizing fats, even though it's going to still feel unpleasant, because that's not the program, right? That is not the program. Your body has to be whooped into submission, right? So it takes a while, week, 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks, before your body completely shifts to comfortably metabolizing fat and converting your fat into energy, ketones, which is what happens when you go on a full-fledged fast. Now, the difference between a full-fledged fast and a ketone diet, or a ketogenic diet rather, is on a keto diet, you're eating. But your body's producing the ketones regardless, because when you go on a ketogenic diet, depending on how hardcore your diet is, you're not consuming any glucose. You know, you're consuming all fat and meat, right? All fat and meat. That's what a ketogenic diet is. Ketogenic diet is not a vegan diet. Ketogenic diet is fats and meat. So you get the animal meat, you know, you might go get some steak or whatever. When you look at the package, it'll tell you 70% protein, 30% fat, or 85% protein, 15% fat, right? No carbohydrates there, right? Boom. So you're just strictly eating protein, and you got what is it called? Proteol something. But your body makes energy out of protein as well. So you got to be careful with the protein, because your body will start producing sugar from the protein, which is negligible. But if you do too much, then you know your keto effects will start to diminish. So you primarily just want to consume the protein you need for a day's work or whatever, and you know everything else is pretty much fat. That's ketogenic. Flip side with fasting, you're not eating anything, so your body is consuming itself. Autophagy is constantly running to recycle protein. And as far as fat, your body's just metabolizing fat to produce energy. And so your body's going to obviously make up for any loss with ketones. So you have ketones, you have beta oxidation running in ketones. And that's where the benefits from some of the benefits with fasting come from, that are associated with physical diseases, right? But again, if you don't get the biochemistry, you don't know what you're going through, you don't know when to do what, when to shift off, when to, you know, like how to mitigate, you know, and navigate through, you know, for your desired results and whatever it is you're trying to do. But that's just one part of it, right? That's just one part of it, because what they said, and I'm gonna read it again: cancer growth and progression can be managed by following a whole body transition from fermentable metabolites, primarily glucose and glutamine, to respiratory metabolites, primarily ketone, right? So a lot of times, if people are familiar with ketogenic diets and all of that kind of language, they skip right over the glutamine part, right? So it says again, I'm gonna read it again. Cancer growth and progression can be managed following a whole body transition from fermentable metabolites, primarily glucose and glutamine, to respiratory metabolites, primarily ketone bodies. Now, most people don't really realize this impact. This is a whole Osiris. This is a whole Osiris-based. This is an Osiris-based loophole, right? And the loophole is this guy. This is the loophole, right? This is the loophole. Vitamin K. Vitamin K is the loophole, right? Because vitamin K changes glutamate and glutamine metabolism. And I'm not going to say that it totally eliminates glutamate and glutamine availability from cancer cells, but it drastically reduces it. So people with cancer often have vitamin K deficiency, right? People in America have vitamin K deficiency. It is one of those things. We keep talking about these things, and I keep telling y'all that these things are going to become billion-dollar products, and nobody listens, and we just keep watching these things become billion-dollar products, because your body has to have them. If you don't have them, disease happens. It's just that simple. And so as we move away from eating plants, we start missing the stuff that comes in the plants. And one of those things is vitamin K. And it slips under the radar because usually people that traditionally were not eating plants were eating a lot of meat. Now that was cool. I'm going to just say pause one time, just a pause, a blanket pause for all plausibly plausible statements, right? It might get crazy with a lot of meat eating and it can get crazy. But what I'm saying is, traditionally, people that weren't eating a lot of vegetables and fruits, particularly greens, they were eating a lot of meat, and you get vitamin K from animals because they store it. Anything that's fat soluble is inside the flesh, right? So anything that's fat soluble is inside flesh. So if you eat flesh, you get the stuff that's in the flesh, right? So vitamin E, vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin K, all of those things are stored in flesh. So if you eat animals, typically you get fat soluble vitamins, no problem. Well, problem is animals have now been taken off their natural diets, right? So now, you know, animals on the farm are getting fed, you know, cows aren't really grazing anymore. Now you got to pay extra money. If you eat beef, right? There's a time period where it was standard. Cows ate grass. That's standard. If you drink milk, cow's milk, that cow's milk you drinking came from a cow that was eating grass. So technically you were still tapped into photosynthesis, even though you had to go through the middleman. You know what I'm saying? The middleman is the cow, right? The cow eats the greens, and then you eat the cow. So you was kind of getting like the watered down greens. Now the cow don't eat the greens. Now you got to pay more money. If you go to the supermarket, it's on the package. You go to the milk section. If you want to get a half a gallon of milk, half a gallon of milk is like $2 or $3. Well, they got the sign on it that says this came from cows that ate grass. That half a gallon is going to be $4 or $5. And if you go to the meat section, it's going to be beef everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. And say, for instance, you go get a steak. The steak might be $9 or something like that. Okay, boom. So you got the steak is $9. If you want to get that same size, same cut steak from a cow that ate grass, that $9 steak might just jump to $15 now. And it's going to have a little sign on it that says, these cows ate grass. Then if you go to a butcher, forget about it. The price goes, because they'll have different types. They'll be like, oh, well, these ate grass. These here ate organic grass. They even have it to where they can tell you what type of grasses the animals. So now you pay a premium. You paying extra because they no longer feed cows grass. Cows no longer get natural food. That's what they supposed to eat. Cows is now getting high fructose corn syrup and all that. Yo, oh my God, this ain't funny, but it's wild out here. It's wild. It's crazy. It's wild. So it's wild out here now. I can't even say it no other kind of way. It's just wild out here. So cows no longer eat grass. Cows is eating what folks is eating. Cows eating what people eating. They might as well wake up and have a bowl of cereal in the morning. Because cows is eating regular high processed foods. That's what they having. High processed foods. So they having corn, rice. Yeah, they eating slop like how you would feed a pig back in the days. But all the other animals on the farm had what they supposed to have. Now everybody on the farm is getting some type of slop with medicine mixed in. It's slop and medicine. Yeah, they're getting slop with a whole bunch of medicine mixed in because they're eating a bad diet. They have a lot more diseases and all that. So they got to have a lot more shots and medicine and all that to keep them healthy long enough to chop them up into sandwiches and, whatever folks is, Yeah. So my point though is the amount of nutrients that you could take for granted at one point in time is no longer in the animal products. You know what I'm saying? It's no longer in the animal products. You know, so as food goes back to medicine, as RFK makes the changes and people start to implement it and start to see food as medicine again, the premiums on food is going to go up. The premiums on food is going to go up. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, think about this. Just remember, I predicted it. Liver is the cheapest type of meat. Liver is the cheapest. You know, when you getting beef, liver is the cheapest. You know, everything is more expensive. Filet mignon and this, that, and the other. And I don't even know all the meats. A meat connoisseur will be able to tell you more types. Ribeye and whatever. Liver is the cheapest, though. You can go get 4 liver steaks for like less than $10, maybe $8 or something like that. You can get 4 liver steaks, $2. One liver steak, one liver meat, rather. I think it's called a liver steak. Yeah, but one meat, you know, one liver steak or meat or cut, one cut of liver is like $2, $3. Standard regular price. When it flipped and food is medicine, and that's the liver is going to go through the roof. Because liver is the one part of beef that's still loaded with vitamins and minerals and nutrients and all that. Loaded. Because remember, in your body, your liver processes fat. So your liver stores tons of vitamin A and vitamin E and K and this and that and the other. Liver's loaded. Yeah. So anyway, my point is, now vitamin K and all of these different things are just deficiencies throughout the entire population, right? It doesn't matter if you eating vegan or if you eating animal products. If you're not supplementing, chances are you're not getting enough, period. Because you also have to take into account that everything is getting neutralized by toxins, right? So like when I talked about earlier, the amount of time we spend on laptops and computers, right? That's taking down your numbers, right? So let's say for instance, let's just use some old elementary way of looking at it, right? Let's say for instance, you got this much vitamin A, right? You got this much vitamin A in your diet every day. And that's how much you need for your body to do whatever it's supposed to do. New eyes, protect your heart, everything, right? Well, guess what? When you woke up, you had to check your laptop to see if anybody text messaged you, right? So you had to check your phone to see if you got any text messages. And you had to check for email too. And before you leave the house, you know, you got to see what's on social media for the day. You got to check the weather, check social media. So your blue light, your internet usage done charged up. Your vitamin A is gone. You didn't use that up on whatever. On an invisible black hole of nutrients. You done use that up. Right? And that's not even counting like other things that's happening, because now your mind is moving in a different type of way. So your neurochemistry is different. You're gobbling up catecholamines and neurotransmitters at a different speed and a different rate than you would of 20, 30 years ago or 50 years ago, right? Even though our nutrient recommendations come from that time period, which is a problem, right? We're dealing with nutrient recommendations. Like when they say 400 IUs a day of vitamin D, that's insane. That's insane. Somebody should get hit over the head and locked up for telling people they only need 400 IUs of vitamin D. And that 400 IUs of vitamin D they was recommending, They was recommending you get that from milk. So that's 400 IUs a day of D2. That's not even D3. That's crazy. That's criminal, right? So, and this is pre-internet era. This is pre-social media era. This is pre-touch screen era. Everything has changed. There's way more electromagnetic smog in our environment. Way more electromagnetic smog in our environment, right? And that's a conversation that's really banned from the internet. So I don't talk about that, right? That's in one of the old books. You got to have the Race Hustler series of books for that information. If you don't got them books, you tough, because I ain't talking about that on the internet. Tough for you. I'm not talking about that on the internet. You got to have them Race Hustler books. And you go look like, Doc, them books is out of print. I don't know what to tell you. You missed it. That's just a whole book. That's just information you missed. Right? And every book series is like that. You got to get them while they're there. You know what I'm saying? You got to get the books while they're available, because something may happen and they're not available. Right? So anyway, vitamin K. Right? Let's get into vitamin K. Right? And this is why the green packs are super necessary, because we've been had vitamin D, but we didn't have a vitamin K. So I used to tell everybody to go to Amazon or go wherever to get your vitamin K. Right? Which was super inconvenient. Right? So vitamin K verse, let's be more specific. And actually, we have discussed this already in a few different books. Right? We've had this conversation in a variety of ways, in a variety of books. Right? I want to say, obviously, we started the discussion in the old school classic, right? Because one of the things that we talk about, is obviously vitamin D, tryptophan, right? Tryptophan. We talk about glucosinates, selenium, right? And then we talk about plant pigments and glutathione together, right? Plant pigments and glutathione together. So we've been having this conversation for quite some time, right? And then when we get to the Ebers Papyrus books, that's when we really go into detail. Okay, wait a minute. Page 100. I don't think it's in this book, though. Page 100. No, because I think in this first book, we're just talking about mostly medicine. Or plants, anyway. Alkaloids. minute. This is crazy. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we went through a lot of different articles. Okay, yeah, this first Ebers Papyrus book, we go into the subject. Okay, yeah, we go into the subject starting on page 100. So this is the Ebers Papyrus book, volume 1. Volume 1 on page 100 starts the chapter, but we don't get deeper into it until we get, at least not to the conversation we having now, right? The conversation we having now, we start discussing on page 195, right? And so we go, Warburg hypothesized that cancer is caused by tumor cells generating energy mainly by anaerobic breakdown of glucose, right? Anaerobic breakdown of glucose is fermentation, right? And that's where the story of Osiris kind of links in, because Osiris was known to have wine as blood, right? Fermented fruit sugar as blood, right? So that's where the very first mentions of fermentation in the blood takes place in Kemet. And that's where Otto Warburg's, that's what he won the Nobel Prize for, saying that fermentation is taking place. So that's crazy, right? These folks winning Nobel Prizes for breaking down Kemetics. Anyway, so it says, this is in contrast to healthy cells, which generate energy mainly from oxidative breakdown of pyruvate. Pyruvate is an end product of glycolysis and is oxidized within mitochondria. Hence, according to Warburg, cancer should be interpreted as a mitochondrial dysfunction. Cancer, above all other diseases, has countless secondary causes, but even for cancer, there's only one prime cause. Summarized in a few words, the prime cause of cancer is the replacement of the respiration of oxygen in a normal body cell by fermentation of sugar, right? Warburg continued to develop the hypothesis experimentally and gave several prominent lectures outlining the theory and the data. Today, mutations in oncogenes are cancer genes. Onco is like the word that means cancer in science. So oncology is the study of cancer. Oncogenes, cancer genes. Anyway, today, mutation in oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes are thought to be responsible for malignant transformation, and the metabolic changes Warburg thought of as causative are now considered to be a result of these mutations. A recent reevaluation of the data from nuclear cytoplasm transfer experiments, where nuclei from cancer cells are placed in normal cells and where placed in normal cytoplasm, and where nuclei from normal cells are placed in cancer cells, support the role of metabolism in cancer and mitochondria in aiding tumor suppression, right? So in order to test the theory, they actually swapped out healthy mitochondria and put them in cancer cells, and took mitochondria from cancer cells and put it into healthy cells, right? Still, as evident from the references, this promising phenomena still fails to explain the origin of cancer as Warburg originally proposed. While Wahlberg's hypothesis certainly inspired the scientific community to further investigate the field of cancer metabolism, his tendency to oversimplify perhaps prevented him from accepting the vastly complex role and interactions between mitochondria and the nucleus, right? The nucleus is where your genes are, right? So in your cells, you have nuclear DNA, and then you have mitochondria DNA, right? The mitochondria DNA is in the mitochondria. Now, throughout the course of a normal day, the nucleus is sending information to the mitochondria, and the mitochondria is sending information to the nucleus. So there's a constant discussion happening, right? In cancer cells, that discussion is vastly different. So cancer could seem like an argument, dysfunctional relationship between mom and dad. Anyway, the majority of cancers, some 90 to 95% of the cases, are due to genetic mutations from environmental and lifestyle factors. The remaining 5 to 10% are due to inherited genetics, right? So what this is saying is that the vast majority of cases are based on cellular respiration. That is the 90 to 95%, right? Genetic mutation from environmental and lifestyle factors. Those are the things that you control, right? Environmental refers to any cause that is not inherited, such as lifestyle, economic, and behavior factors, and not merely pollution. Common environmental factors that contribute to cancer death include smoking, right? That is the largest factor. Actually, no, it's not. Obesity and poor diet is the largest factor, and then smoking is the second one. The third factor is infections. The fourth factor is radiation. The fifth factor is lack of physical activity, and the sixth factor is pollution, right? So those are worth writing down. Let's get those on the board. Right? So we have these in our notes. Now, we shouldn't really need these in our notes because we should all have the Ebers Papyrus Volume 1, right? We should all have this book, right? But the first number is 90 to 95% of all cancers, right? 90 to 95% of all cancers, right? This is the breakdown. The breakdown is diet and obesity, right? 35%, right? Then smoking. Smoking comes in at 30%. Then after smoking, you have infections. Infections come in at 20%. Then after that, you have radiation. 10%. And then you have sedentary lifestyle and pollution. Right? So these are the things that contribute to the fermentation. Right? The fermentation. So it would be more correct for us to say, instead of that fungus is influencing cancer, that cancer itself can be considered fungus-like. Cancer cells are fungus-like. How are cancer cells fungus-like? Fermentation. Right? That's what you use for fermentation. You use funguses. Right? People say, no, you don't. You don't make wine with fungus. Yes, you do. You make apple cider vinegar with fungus, right? They just use a prettier word, right? Instead of saying fungus, they say yeast. Yeah. Instead of saying fungus, they say yeast. It's a much prettier word, right? But this is your causes, right? So in order for fermentation, though, this is the key thing. In order for any biochemical process to happen, right, you need certain things, right? And so there's a fuel that the cancer cells require, and that fuel is where the glutamine comes in. That's where the glutamine comes in. The glutamine / glutamate. Well, yeah, you just had that in your mind. Glutamine / glutamate. But that's where that comes in as the fuel for fermentation. Vitamin K eliminates the glutamine as a fuel source for fermentation. Right? That is one of the things that vitamin K is doing. And then vitamin K has a play cousin. Vitamin K has a play cousin that does the same thing on the lower level, right? So vitamin K would be considered, as above, so below. So vitamin K would be considered the as above, right? And then the so below, we would put, let me see, where y'all can see it at. Right there, okay, good. The CoQ10. CoQ10 is almost the same type of molecule as vitamin K. Right? It's almost the same. But CoQ10 is the so below. So vitamin K is working in the bloodstream and the organs and all that. And CoQ10 is working the same type of magic at the mitochondria level. Yeah. CoQ10 is working down at the mitochondria level, right? So this is the reason why CoQ10 supplements is cost $1 zillion, right? Because they already know this information. They already know this information, right? Just you don't know this information, John Q. Public, because y'all not going to buy these books. Y'all gotta go get these books. See, this is where the information is at. The Ebers Papyrus, Volume 1, and the Comedicine book. Go get those books. If you don't have those books, add them to your cart. Right now, go to Amazon, add these books to your cart and check out. All right, keep going. To develop in an individual, zero develop in an individual, which can be identified by analyzing mutational, this is a typo, okay. Signatures from genomic sequencing of tumor DNA. For example, this can reveal if lung cancer was caused by tobacco smoke, if skin cancer was caused by radiation, or if secondary cancers were caused by previous chemotherapy treatments. There's that part. Chemo treatments do cause cancer. Cancer is generally not a transmissible disease. Exceptions include rare transmissions that occur with pregnancies and occasional organ donors. However, transmissible infections that cause these diseases can contribute to the development of cancer, making cancer transmissible, right? Because the cancer itself is not transmissible, but the dietary habits are transmissible. Smoking as a habit is transmissible. Infections are transmissible. Radiation, right? Sedentary lifestyle, right? All of these things are a part of our culture, right? So we actually have a cancer-based culture that promotes it. And so the cancer itself is not transmissible, but the things that cause cancer is transmittable, right? And often subconsciously, or not even subconsciously, but just, without us even thinking about it. Because we don't think about the fact that our children automatically inherit our eating habits. However we eat is how our children eat. So they automatically inherit that. If we read books and our children are grown in a household where they see their parents constantly reading books, you will not be able to stop those children from reading books. Period. You will be able to punish your kids by taking away their books. Give me them books. Nobody's reading no books. That's it. Put them books right there. Ain't no books. Go in your room. Go turn on the TV. If I tell my kids to put the books down and go turn, Dad, it wasn't me. It was, they start snitching on him. But in a household where they raised, where TV is the main thing, right? Radiation, in a household where they raised where TV is the main thing, you can't force those kids to read books because you don't read books. So that's obviously a punishment. They don't want to be punished. And the programming of whatever punishment is whatever separates them from the norm. Separation for a human is the worst form of punishment because we're herd creatures by nature. We just want to be together. Yeah, we just want to be together and do what everybody else is doing. That's what makes us feel the best, to be in a group of people doing whatever it is that we do. Whatever we like to do, we want to do that with even if we like watching movies, we want to watch movies with other people. It makes the movie better. If we like playing video games, we want to play the video game with other people. It makes the game better. If we go in to watch a game, even if we go watch a game in a crowded stadium, in a crowd of strangers, we feel alone. So we want to bring people with us so we can watch the game together. Yeah, we all eating whatever we eat. You know what I'm saying? Whether we eating glizzies, we got frankfurters and popcorn or whatever it is, or we snuck in sandwiches from the house, or whatever we doing it together. Yeah, that makes it feel better, right? Because we are herd creatures and we transmit our habits. That's why my mother, she didn't know what she was saying exactly, but she was saying it in her own form of ancient wisdom that got passed down to her. Yeah, it was ancient wisdom that came from her elders down to her, and she told us, listen, boy, I done told you now, if you run around with 9 broke niggas, you're going to be the 10th. I'm like, what? Yeah, you heard what I said. You run around with 9 jailbirds, you're going to be a bye-bye birdie. Well, what are you talking about? F around and find out. But that's what, in her way, that's what she was communicating. Humans are herd creatures. We share habits, right? So we share habits. That's how it goes. So we're passing down these habits. You know what I'm saying? So if your kids see you reading all the time, they're going to want to do that. Whatever they see mommy and daddy doing, that's what they into. If they see you smoking cigarettes, they're going to sneak and smoke a cigarette because they can't wait to get to be you. And that's what you like, so they want to get with that. In fact, they believe you punishing them by not sharing cigarettes with them. Yeah. Like, man, I can't wait to have, or if you drink beer, they can't wait to sip a little sippy of that beer. Or if you got a bar at the house, and when you have get-togethers, everybody have a little bit of drink. Soon as nobody's in the house except them, they're going right into that liquor. What? Yeah, they're going right into that liquor. They're going to taste that liquor. They're going to get right to, so it's the same thing. If you have a bunch of books, libraries in your house, when nobody's around, like I got a glass one in there. Yeah. Caleb and Chase couldn't wait to break the glass in my bookshelf, messing around. I told them, don't go on my bookshelf. What'd they do? As soon as I ain't around, they sneak it into my books. Right? Because that's what kids do. Yeah, that's what they do. They get ready to sneak right into whatever you've been doing. Whatever you've been doing, they get ready to sneak into that. So anyway, back to the work. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. He pop up every so often when it's time to pop up. There you go. All right, so blah, 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 blah. The incidence of lung cancer is highly correlated with smoking. Exposure to particular substances have been linked to specific types of cancer. These substances are called carcinogens. Tobacco smoke, for example, causes 90% of lung cancer. Tobacco use can cause cancer throughout the body, including the mouth, throat, larynx, esophagus, stomach, bladder, kidneys, cervix, colon, rectum, liver, pancreas. Tobacco smoke contains over 50 known carcinogens, including nitrosamines and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Wow. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. That's what y'all getting when y'all buy that fake Botana oil. That's why that Botana oil smell like burnt coffee, because of the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. That's what you're smelling. Telling you, don't put that stuff in your mouth. Anyway, tobacco is responsible for about 1 in 5 cancer deaths worldwide and about 1 in 3 in the developed world. Lung cancer death rates in the United States have mirrored smoking patterns. Now let's see how many people we got. Oh, we got almost 50 people watching. I say guarantee. How many of y'all already smoked for the day? Yo, there's a guarantee about 10 or 15 people watching this that already smoked today. Right? Yeah, probably 20. I don't know. Black folks, it might be closer to half. Might be close to about 25 people watching right now that smoked already today. Yeah, half of y'all high is already going down, and you ready to thinking about smoking again. You halfway think about rolling up again. And then another percentage of that 25%, y'all also smoking Black and Mild cigarettes. All right now. Tobacco is responsible for about 1 in 5 cancer deaths worldwide and about 1 in 3 in Europe and America. Lung cancer death rates in the States mirror smoking patterns, with increases in smoking followed by dramatic increases in lung cancer rates. More recently, decreases in smoking rates have allowed for a decrease in lung cancer death rates in men since the 1990s. Alcohol increases the risk of cancer of the breast, throat, liver, esophagus, mouth, larynx, and colon. In West Europe, 10% of cancers in males and 3% in women are strictly alcohol-based, especially liver and digestive tract cancers. Now, keep in mind, when we think about alcohol, just remember this, right? Because what is alcohol? Alcohol is sugar. Alcohol is fermented sugar from yeast and fungus. Most alcohols, they all just come from different fruits and vegetables. So you got a lot of alcohols from, matter of fact, let's look it up real quick, just so we all be on the same page. Let's go to the Google demons. Oh my goodness, my battery. My battery.
Get your order still. 100-pack chlorophyll, more than real, applaud the deal. Vitamin K for the blood, vitamin A for your eyes. Power of the ocean. American Healer is the GOAT. And give big bro price for the low. Cop and go, let them know. We cleansing and fasting. Get the month manual today. We don't claim desire in Christ.
Okay, let's go over here and look up the liquor. What, I don't know what to type in. What vegetables or fruits does liquors come from? There we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So keep in mind, this all the same conversation. This all one same conversation, right? Liquors come from fermenting sugar in various fruits. Grapes for brandy, apples for cider, grains, right? Barley and corn is used for whiskey and vodka, right? So now you could see that somebody sound crazy, right? Somebody sound crazy if they avoiding high fructose corn syrup, but then they drinking vodka, right? How you avoiding high fructose corn syrup and you drinking vodka? Like what we doing, right? What we doing, right? Blind leading the blind. Anyway, they use potatoes for vodka. They use agave for tequila, right? So you know the agave story started up the Puffy situation. That's how Puffy wound up getting in trouble, because the tequila company was doing something with, what's that guy from the hospital TV show? And he was in Ocean's 12. Anyway, they wound up giving him the better agave plants, and they wound up having a lawsuit, and Puffy won the lawsuit versus the liquor company, and they wound up putting the battery in this girl back to put the lawsuit on Puffy, and boom, 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 boom. But that was a $2 billion lawsuit over tequila to agave plants. Just so y'all know, that was a $2 billion. Let me see. Puff Daddy agave lawsuit. Yeah. He sued them because they wasn't giving him the right. It wasn't giving him the right agave. Yeah, to sabotage the growth brand. That's the part right there. It was two parts to this. They gave him the bad agave batches, and they didn't really give him no money for marketing. Yeah. Yeah. But they had to pay him like $1 billion or $2 billion or something crazy, some wild number. Some wild number was announced in the settlement. Nah, how much money was the settlement? Oh, 200 million. Okay. Oh, that's still a lot of money. Combs settled his legal disputes with Diageo for a confirmed amount of 200 million. So that's what it was. It was 200 million that them folks had to pay Puffy, and then they put the battery in the back. Okay, yeah. Puffy had already tucked away. That's where I get the billion number from. Okay, that's where it is. He made over $1 billion with them. And then when they settled, they had to pay him another 200 million on top of that. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so that was over agave plants. That was over agave plants for his tequila, right? So sugar cane is used for rum, and they use yeast to convert the sugar to do the fermentation, right? That's how that goes. Okay. And then just to make sure we all on the same page, like I was saying earlier, right? Yeast is a type of fungus, right? Yeast is a type of fungus, just so that we all on the same page. Nobody thinks we're making anything up, right? So fungus do fermentation, right? Fungus do fermentation. Yeast is a very easy to replicate and duplicate. This is one of the reasons why I never been a fan of kombucha, right? Because kombucha is loaded with yeast, right? And so I'm not voluntarily consuming no yeast products. Not for health purpose. Like that don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? That don't make sense to me. Now, if I'm gonna do some yogurt or something like that, a culture for like a yogurt or something like that, or a kefir for isolated situation. You know what I'm saying? Sure. You know, but not a fan of kombucha. I don't want any beef with the kombucha people or the Moorish guy, you know what I'm saying, who shut my pages down and then extorted me and all that. I want no beef with no kombucha people, right? I'm just not personally a fan, right? So yeast is the key here, right? Fungus, right? Which is one of the reasons why, you know, I'm known as the anti-mushroom guy, because mushrooms are fungus, right? So as far as I was concerned, all things fungus, yeah, you go, I'm gonna go this way and you gonna go that way. Yeah, me and I'm gonna go, and fungus, you go, right? But then I learned a little bit more. So I'm like, oh, okay. I can't discriminate. That's like how police just pulling over black folks in the street, just one black, all black folks the same. I was violating the fungus kingdom by assuming all funguses were the same. All funguses are not the same. All fungi are not the same. So my bad to the fungus lovers. Okay. So I do occasionally enjoy me some fungi. I had me some Haitian fungi this weekend. Yeah, I had me some Haitian, some John mushrooms. Okay. Yeah, that's what the video's for, Lamar. They ain't being. All right. So alcohol comes from fruits and vegetables, right? Fermentation. So just to help you see the link between how cancer, and then remember we talked about cancer and fat, right? We talked about cancer and fat. Here's another link. I don't want to erase nothing off the board, so you just got to put in your brain. Remember, we talked about catecholamines being how your body gets rid of visceral fat. Visceral fat helping out cancer cells, right? So visceral fat helps cancer. Catecholamines gets rid of visceral fat. Catecholamines is made out of tryptophan. So tryptophan gets rid of the things that help support cancer. Well, guess what? Alcohol gets rid of tryptophan. There's that part. So alcohol stops your body from being able to metabolize the tryptophan, right? So when you have impaired tryptophan, now you have more visceral fat growing, right? Which can translate to higher percentages of cancer risk, right? All right. Then we get into exposure to toxic chemicals and all that. Blah, 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 blah. All right, boom. We out of here. All right, so there's another one. Now, this is the Ebers-Pappas Volume 1, right? That's where we kind of jumped off deep into all of this. But there's another, let me see. There's another Ebers-Pappas where we goes deeper into this conversation. I'm going to find these books for you. Is this it right here? Okay, nope. We do have vitamin K and gingivitis. How vitamin K works to reverse gingivitis. So there's that, but no, that's not what we're looking for. Hold on, let me look for this thing real quick. Let me look for this thing real quick.
We here. Rolling through the sand like a thought in the sky. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Your business. The mind your business. The mind is money. Repent is your self-defense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Dollar, 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 that's a bill.
Dollar bill, dollar bill, dollar, dollar. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream start at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on some shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story. Yeah, the currency of patience. Started from the bottom, now we started from the bottom. Started from the bottom. Money's blood, a magical force. The logo with money give life to a corpse. Health is wealth, a spell, a glitch. If health is wealth, how does a corpse get rich? Just that Wall Street flow, baptism, homage. You know human life, stock and bondage. It's what you crave. Banks direct the way again. Banks directing the way. Put it all on. Dollar bills, the foundation. Every dream started at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Built it on once, no shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the column, now we started from the column. Who start? Started from the column, wealth is inside it. Don't mean Osiris, the first corpse, he was doing dirt mean. Hit a reason for the number 13, pyramid symbolism, understand the doctrine. All his branches came from like a knot in the holes from the. She chopped the stakes, the 13th race. After the 12 days, Osiris' face on every was gaze. The enemies, the logo, stamped and engraved. In the beginning was the birds, had and with. One is one is from I am. One is one is from I am. Every second she said it's a pit. Let's talk about living in sin. It was money, live alone. It's just a coincidence. State religion is the strongest. We got money, make money, money, money. We got money, make money, money, money. We got money, make money, money, money. Built it all on dollar bills. Every dream's right. For it's hard to a nation. Built it on with a short rush of inflation. Every dollar got a story. The currency of patience. So this walk on my vision never was empire. Built brick by brick, dollar by dollar. Honey chase stand, honest for the flex. I was cannon every grind. Just out of respect, my befores, don't forget the time. Every nest of philosophy. I don't give up with the dream as they vision that a breathe. I should fake love, hope for paper. I seen paper turn to power. For the truth in every tower. These are things don't sleep the hours. Residents never bring me out what you gon' do with this. I will print it, don't let you live with the singers blue it is. I don't work so money, I can manage it. Money can work multiple lives. Dollar bills teach you economics. Train bills teach you standards. Make money don't straight from aliens. People are best, even proud. But if you gon' respect it, you own it. Try one for half time. American money, your side is stand 13 is an opportunity. You want it left for it's a tribal. Bill, put it all on dollar bills, foundation. Every dream inside at the bottom, before it turns into rain. Nothing on what to start, that's no inflation. Every dollar got a story. The currency of patience. Started from the bottom. Holding it up with the base we hoping don't try father and we're not counting it up. He is the mission, true value if I catch it. The mind is special. No, you for convincing I'm crazy. No life, blue at the go nice. The game is slice. Hell is information. You are seeing at the station. Freemasonry is Asian. Got Freemasonry is Asian. What is one from I am it. What is one from I am it. In a sentence, what's criticism there? Talk about living in sin. People with the most friends and all this is a course of this. From a living in a strong. Dollar bill. Built it all on one. Dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream started at the bottom before it turned into waste. Built it all on the top, that's all information. Every one I got a story. Currency invitation. Started from the bottom, started from the bottom, started from the bottom, started from the bottom. Made that money, made that on the bottom,
Hello, Dr. Enki. Hello, Dr. Enki. Hello, Dr. Enki.
All right, I cannot find my book number 2. And what's crazy is it's 7 of these books, right? With plant genetics, obviously, but it's 6 of these books. And I have 2 number 3s. So that's what is driving me crazy. I got 2 volume 3s and I need to find my volume 2. Crazy, nasty work. Anyway, if you got volume 2, right? If you have volume 2, then you have some. But anyway, we can break it down anyway. All right, so in a nutshell, right? In a nutshell, here's what happens. When, in order for fermentation, so all human cells have fermentation as a backup. All human cells have fermentation as a backup, right? Including even the fact that you have type 2B muscle tissue, right? Type 2B muscle tissue, right? Their normal process is very similar to fermentation, right? Because type 2B muscle tissue, fast twitch muscle, that Black people are famous for, because Black people have the highest percentage of type 2B fast twitch muscle, is very close to fermentation already, right? It's very close to fermentation already. So there's that. But every type of human cell has a backup plan, right? So when we talk about the mitochondria process, right? And we showed a video in the beginning of like our intro, right? Which is the breathing in. So we show the air and the energy and all that, the life force coming into the nostrils, going into the lungs. And then from the lungs, we show it going into the blood, then the heart, then the aorta, aka the Wa septum, and then distributing through the body. We show the brain real quick, give some respect to the brain. And then we go hemoglobin to myoglobin, right? So you can see the oxygen and electricity transferring as it's coming through. So nose, lungs, blood, heart, aorta, right? And it's in the aorta, in the hemoglobin. So from hemoglobin, it transfers to myoglobin. The myoglobin is the pigment inside the cells that grabs it from the hemoglobin. Now from the myoglobin, it transfers to mitochondria. When the mitochondria begin failing, right? When the mitochondria begin failing, that's where glutamine comes in. Glutamine comes in and props up, initiates plan B. Glutamate comes in and initiates plan B. Plan B is fermentation. But glutamine is like the last straw. Like maybe you heard your mom say that, or maybe you was in a relationship and you was a headache, right? And so your husband was like, yeah, this is the last straw, and they left you. Or your wife was like, this is the last straw, and they left you. And they went on their own. They left the family and went on their own, right? I can't take this no more. I'm leaving the family and going to do my own thing, right? So when your cell is a healthy cell, it has to participate within the family, right? So liver cells work with the family of liver cells. And when your body eats carbohydrates, whatever, they all share that. And they all breaking it down and they eating together, right? So if they eating a little bit of food, they eating a little bit of food together as a family. They all starving together. If it's a lot of food, they all eating, gaining weight, overeating together. Whatever happens, they do it as a family unit. That's what healthy cells are, family unit, right? The moment that the mitochondria starts to malfunction. That's the last straw. Now that cell is leaving the family unit. Yeah, that cell is leaving the family unit. Glutamine is the last straw. Glutamine is the thing that allows your healthy cell to switch gears and go from oxidative phosphorylation, right? Oxidative phosphorylation is the big term to describe, breaking down sugar, Krebs cycle, or breaking down fat, beta oxidation, then Krebs cycle, and then, B1, vitamin B1 and B2, right? Disguised as NAD and FAD, right? Take that into the mitochondria, the electron transport chain, and then you recycling, making water, recycling ATP. That's oxidative phosphorylation. That whole process of beta oxidation, tricarboxylic acid cycle, right? Recycling water at cytochrome 4, recycling ATP, cytochrome 5, ATPase. That's all oxidative phosphorylation. When that has failure for whatever reason, usually it doesn't fail until NRF2 fails. So it doesn't fail until NRF2 fails, which is the reason why you're not supposed to be on that monthly detox in the first place. Just saying. So the NRF2 system fails because the NRF2 system is protecting the mitochondria, right? Not to mention that inside the electron transport chain, each cytochrome has a little bit of sulfur and a little bit of iron there. The iron is for the electrons, but the sulfur is for antioxidant purposes, right? So when that process fails, the mitochondria, glutamate allows the fermentation process to kick in, right? Glutamate allows that process to kick in. Vitamin K comes in because vitamin K controls the ability of glutamate to flip that on switch. And remember, we discussed, it was yesterday, I think, or the day before. Remember, we discussed electricity. How electricity is you got the binary on and off switches for everything, right? And so that's always an electric signal, right? But the electric signal is carried by some type of ion or a group of ions, right? A cascade of ions, if you will, right? In a lot of cells, calcium is usually the light switch, right? So vitamin K is going to be able to regulate and control whether that switch gets switched on or off for glutamine and fermentation through calcium, right? Through calcium. So that is the main reason why, well, not the main reason, because I don't actually have cancer. Thank God, right? No, that's one of the main reasons why vitamin K is on the website in the guise of chlorella and spirulina, to have a raw food source, right? A raw food source of strong vitamins, right? And then the other thing is with chlorella, that's unique to chlorella. Chlorella provides the body with nucleic acids, right? So I don't know if y'all remember, some of y'all will, some of y'all new, so y'all probably don't. But we spent a lot of time talking about nucleotides and nucleosides, right? Specifically nucleosides, because nucleosides are part of the medicine world already, right? So as we're having this conversation now about the potential conversion of the way the world looks at food, RFK and Trump have passed this into law, right? So this is going to start the potential conversion of how the world looks at food Food will now be seen as medicine. It won't be the little, side thing where you come to the holistic community and you see a guy in a daishiki and, it's not going to be that. It's going to be the main thing. So you're going to go to the hospital, and in the hospital, they're going to tell you about herbs and all that. Now, that sounds like a foreign concept in America, but it's not. One of the things Trump is trying to do is get America competitive or back on top than all the other countries, right? So that's why this whole push, because other countries already have herbs as a part of their mainstream program, right? As a part of their mainstream program. And, quietly as a Republican, Trump is always competing with the Democrats, right? And, the Democrats in America in 2026 might as well be called the Chinocrats, because, there's that, right? And so in China, herbs is the main medicine. The drugs is secondary. It's not even a matter of herbs being equal to drugs. Drugs is considered drugs is the holistic, like the you know what I'm saying, the trendy niche, it's the main thing is herbs there. Traditional Chinese medicine is herbs. So making us more competitive with the world, that's a part of that. Just like going to get Greenland. You know what I'm saying? This is why you got to pay attention to Hollywood, right? You got to pay attention to Hollywood. They did the first movie, Greenland, right, which was an action movie about the world ending and Greenland being the place to save the world, right? Greenland. And right now in the movie theater, Greenland 2 is in the movies. Greenland 2 is in the movies, right? I seen it, right? Greenland 2 is about what happens when they come out of the bunker from Greenland. That's where the first movie ends off. So the first movie ends off, they make it safely to the bunker in Greenland because that's the safest place in the world. And then Greenland Part 2, which is in the movie theater now, they come out of the bunker and now they got to try to rebuild the world starting in Greenland. So I know somebody going to say, yeah, but that's the movies. It's just coincidence that we're potentially about to go to war to secure Greenland for Americans. A lot of coinky dinks. I just don't believe in coinky dinks. Right? So started from the Gollum. Now we're here, right? So that's one of the main things. And then also, like I was saying, nucleosides, right? Let's look it up. Let's go to the demons real quick for people that's, people that might be new, right? This where we was at, talking about Puffy. All right, so nucleoside, let's do it like this. What is a nucleoside? All right, so here's a nucleoside, right? Biological molecule consisting of two primary components, right? Which is your base or your alkaline side. That's the side with the nitrogen. And then your sugar side, right? So you have a nitrogen or alkaline side. Base means alkaline, just in case y'all don't know, right? So nucleosides are alkaline, right? So you have a base side and then you have a sugar side, right? Now, in order to make a nucleoside into a nucleotide, you have to add the phosphorus in, right? So a nucleoside is often described as a nucleotide without a phosphate group, right? So anyway, the nitrogenous bases, these are classified into two groups, your purines and pyrimidines, right? What's important is you know that these are the things that makes up your DNA, right? Right? This is what makes up your DNA and your RNA, right? This is where you get your A, C, T, and G, and sometimes U, right? Like your vowels, and sometimes Y, and your DNA, you got sometimes U, right? So now we're going to ask the Google demons another question, right? We're going to go from what is nucleoside, right? Right? You got these here, right? This is your DNA and RNA, right? Then we're going to go, what is a, can y'all see what I'm doing? Okay, good. What is a nucleoside analog? Right? A nucleoside analog is a synthetic compound designed to mimic the structure of naturally occurring nucleosides. Okay. By imitating, we're going to skip the womp. By imitating these natural building blocks, these molecules can trick a cell or a virus into using them during genetic replication. Once incorporated, they interfere with the synthesis of genetic material, effectively halting the reproduction of viruses or the growth of cancer cells. I'll read that last part again. They interfere with the synthesis of genetic material, effectively halting the reproduction of viruses or growth of cancer cells. Right? Now, see that? So when we get to the space where food is medicine, when we get to the space where food is medicine, it's going to be a whole nother level, right? It's going to be a whole nother level. And as usual, we will be way ahead the learning curve. You know what I'm saying? We will be way ahead the learning curve. Yeah, we will be way ahead the learning curve. Now, hold up. I want to know if y'all heard these new songs real quick. We got to take a break. So I want to know if y'all heard these new songs. I told you, Paul, this playlist right here is the best playlist of all times. But I want to know if you heard these grown and sexy songs.
We here. Rolling through the sand like a thought in the sky. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Yeah. Walking like the room, like I owe you something. Footsteps on a stone, worth more than money. No, we writing on your face. I see the way, let me take it away. Candles low, shadows climb the walls. Silence talking louder than we ever call. You don't ask, you
Melanin versus diabetes. You already know what it is. We here.
Try if you take this.
Yeah. Ink on your fingers, candle wax on the desk, eyes dancing through chapters, lips biting hairs, silence loud, I can hear your thoughts breathe. Your mind must know what it do to me. You don't flirt, you dissect every thought, leave me red. I came for the view, but I stayed for the depth. You don't rush a conclusion, you savor the thread. Yeah, your intellect undressing me instead. You read me like footnotes, underline my flaws.
Telling you, Paul, that playlist is it's tough, man. It's tough. If you listen to that playlist for an hour, 2 hours, it's always going to be songs that you're missing because the playlist is like 10, 11 hours of straight craziness. Telling you. All right. So anyway, we still cooking. We still cooking. All right. We still cooking. So we started this whole conversation, right, in the medicine book. Right? We started reading that article on page 98, right? We read the abstract, and then we jumped out of the article and got into the get busy, right? We got deep into the get busy, right? Okay. So now I want to skip around. And again, feel free, family, to go get your own copy of the book so you can get all the information. Because basically we've been live for almost 4 hours and we on one page, we only in one page of the book. Anyway, let me skip around. Okay, so we jump to page 103. We jump to page 103, right? We jump to page 103. It talks about respiratory insufficiency as the origin of cancer and the Wahlberg effect. So now that we have an idea of fermentation, right? What makes a cell go into fermentation is failure in the mitochondria. Well, what causes the failure? Insufficiency of oxygen delivery. So this is why we spend so much time talking about what book is that? Osiris, Diabetes, and Respiration, right? Because that's the book where we lay out how cellular respiration happens, right? When your metabolism starts to uncouple from your respiration, your body is breaking down more glucose, right? It's breaking down glucose faster than you could breathe in, right? That's putting the mitochondria under stress, super high levels of stress. We don't feel it. We feel good. We feel warm inside. As we're creating the conditions for cancer, we feel amazing. Because remember, as we're breaking down high loads of sugar, we feel amazing. Why do we feel amazing? Because it's stimulating dopamine release and all that, right? Our own endogenous heroin production, right? So we got endorphins and dopamine being released as we're loading up on the lower the quality of carbohydrate, the better it makes us feel temporarily, because the more dopamine and endorphins is being released, right? So, if we have a salad, it's cool, but it doesn't feel as good as like a mango or some apples or some grapes. And mangoes and grapes don't feel as good as, like, say, maybe a bag of Oreos or chocolate chip cookies and some milk. You know what I'm saying? Like, the lower the quality, and then you could change the milk to ice cream, like the lower the quality, you know what I'm saying? And we was in the supermarket and we seen some, I was having to explain why this ice cream is insane, because they market it as a healthy ice cream, but it's made with raw honey. It's expensive as hell, but it's made with raw honey. I'm like, yo, that might as well be labeled diabetes in a box. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But anyway, so it makes us feel good, but all that compressed and dense sugar, right? Usually that's coupled with a sedentary moment or sedentary lifestyle overall. So you're getting in compressed amounts of sugar and very little breathing, right? This is why as people get, experience metabolic diabetes, high blood pressure, whatever, their resting heart rate goes up. So we talked about that. You know what I'm saying? You want to have a heartbeat per second. Once you start getting into a resting heart rate of 70, 80, 90, it's going down. You want your resting heart rate to be somewhere around 1 heartbeat per second. 60 beats per minute is good. 60 beats per minute is good. 55, 50, great. If you start getting to like 30 beats a minute, just know that's like a dope fiend. You might die. When they do lean, their heart slows down. This is how they die. Their heart slows all the way down and they just drift off into death. They just take death hand and just walk. They just skip. They just grab death. Imagine the angel of death. They just grab the angel of death hand and they skipping together through the grass. Yeah, they don't even know they dying. They just slowly, their heartbeat slow all the way down. Just like a slow powering down. You know what I'm saying? On your laptop, you can hit the quick reset and your laptop will cycle off and then right back on. And then you could power off and it shut down everything slowly. That's what heroin did, right? So we don't want our heart rate to go too low, but we do want it to get around, right in between 50 and 70. You know what I'm saying? That's the sweet spot. 50 and 70 is the sweet spot. If you're into meditation, in your meditative states, you can take it deeper. You can consciously slow down your heart rate and do some other stuff, but that's a different conversation and probably unsafe for 99% of the population, right? But yeah, so you got to keep those two systems designed to stay coupled. So how do you do that without thinking about the biochemistry and all that? Eating, activity. If you keep the eating coupled to the activity, you're Gucci. When the activity level goes down and the eating level goes up, it's going to be crazy, period. Even if the eating level is protein, if the activity level goes down, this is why so many athletes get diabetes. Most of the athletes get diabetes. Athletes is eating amazing diets. That's one of the main things that makes them feel wealthy. When they get that millions of dollars and all that, a lot of them are eating high quality diets, right? Or at least expensive meals. And those expensive meals usually feature lots of protein, right? And they're athletes and they're told high protein their whole athletic career. So when they retire, they have that in their mind. The high protein is healthy. They go on the internet and, oh yeah, high protein. No, high protein is not healthy, right? High protein is healthy for an athlete, especially an athlete who's burning 5, 10, 15, 20,000 calories a day on game days, right? And half that on practice days, sure. Because they literally are breaking down so much of their tissues every day, wear and tear wise, they can't get enough protein in to synthesize all of the tissue that they need. So yeah, just go crazy. Get as much protein in as you can. But when you stop that level of activity, remember your protein requirement is based on your activity level. And any excess protein that you eat is going to be converted into sugar. So even if you have even if you're not eating no sugar, but you're eating high protein and you're not moving around like that or exercising, all that extra protein is going to turn into sugar. So you might as well just had the Chips Ahoy. You might as well have something delicious with that sugar, because you avoiding it, and then you had the protein. You might as well just have you something delicious. You're going to have that sugar regardless. Yeah, you're going to have that sugar regardless. So a lot of them become diabetic from a high protein diet. It's not sugar. It's high protein causing them to be diabetic. And anyway, so once you have the problem where the mitochondria is constantly stressed and not able to produce energy as is needed, enter in door number option 2, right? So anyway, page 103, respiratory insufficiency as the origin of cancer and the Wahlberg effect. Otto Wahlberg first proposed that all cancers originate from dysfunctional cellular respiration. Wahlberg stated, just as there are many remote causes of plague, heat, insects, rats, but only one common cause, the plague bacillus, there are a great many remote causes of cancer, tar, rays, arsenic, pressure, urethane, but there is only one common cause into which all other causes of cancer merge: the irreversible injuring of respiration. The key points of Wahlberg's theory are insufficient respiration initiates tumor genesis and ultimately cancer. Energy through glycolysis gradually compensates for insufficient energy through respiration. Cancer cells continue to ferment lactate in the presence of oxygen. Respiratory insufficiency eventually becomes irreversible. Ephraim Racker was the first to describe the increased aerobic glycolysis seen in cancer cells as the Wahlberg effect. Wahlberg, however, referred to the phenomena in cancer cells as aerobic fermentation to highlight the abnormal production of lactate in the presence of oxygen, as lactate production is widely recognized as an indicator of respiratory insufficiency in biological systems. So, for clarity, when you exercise and you burn up all of the fuel available to the muscles, you start getting lactic acid or lactate, right? In those conditions, a person with cancer, right? That's going on in the cancer cells nonstop, period. So it's like they're always at that level of extreme exhaustion where they're not able to produce, they're not able to convert glucose into energy, which is the relationship of diabetes to cancer. Because remember what diabetes is: inability to convert glucose into energy, right? You have the glucose, it's in the blood, but it's not being broken down and turned into energy, which is why the blood glucose level is constantly going up, and up, as opposed to the glucose goes in and then the glucose goes out. The glucose exits your blood by going into the muscle cells and being converted into energy. If it's not going into the muscle cells being converted into energy, it's just sitting around. And your blood sugar level is going to go up, right? And what your body going to do at that point is try to compensate with cortisol, right? Cortisol is going to come in, stress, because your body's under stress. High blood sugar stress. Your body has a 4 grams. That's it. That's all you're supposed to have floating. So once your body goes over that, you into inflammation. The A1C is dragging on the blood, dragging on the heart, all that. So it's stress on the body. So cortisol comes in, and cortisol pushes all the sugar into the fat cells. Let's clean this blood up, right? If we can't push the sugar into the muscles to get metabolized, we can at least push the sugar into the fat cells for later on, right? Because the way the system is designed, The only time you should not be able to get glucose into the muscle cells is when there's already enough glucose in the muscle cells, right? So that's when you have what? Extra. And the extra gets put into the fat cells to be stored for later, right? This is how obesity is linked to diabetes, right? And this is why obesity is not only linked to diabetes, but also cancer, right? Because typically when you have somebody storing a bunch of fat, what's happening? They're not metabolizing it. So the mitochondria is usually stressed out, right? Mitochondria is usually stressed out. So diabetes and obesity contribute to cancer because the mitochondria is not able to do its thing, right? And that stressor and press on the mitochondria to be able to produce energy, because that's how the mitochondria live, that process of producing energy, right? We think from a selfish standpoint, we want the mitochondria to recycle ATP because it benefits us. But the mitochondria actually do this for its own health. Remember, at the beginning of time, mitochondria was a separate organism that came into cells because of the symbiotic relationship. Mitochondria, natural process of feeding itself, produce something to feed our cells. So don't forget about the part where the mitochondria got to feed itself. So when we can't get the substrates into the mitochondria to produce energy, the mitochondria can't feed itself. It's starving. So before that organism dies, it has another way to eat. Like, oh, okay, you're not going to, oh, okay. I could do bad by myself. I could feed myself. Fermentation kick in. Right? Now we no longer in a symbiotic relationship. Now we no longer breaking down the food, passing it. We no longer breaking bread with mitochondria. Mitochondria is now is a shooter. Respect the shooter. Then switch. It's no longer a healer. Right? Respect the healer. You also got to respect the shooter. Right? Mitochondria then switched up now. If we're not going to feed it, it's going to feed itself. Right? All right, so the article continues, right? And then we go into more blueprints. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I ain't skipping this part. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here, besides drugs that target glucose, drugs that target glutamine can also be effective in killing systemic metastatic cancer cells. And they got all the references. I told you this is going to be big money. And once they start selling them drugs that target glutamine, nobody's ever going to mention to you that vitamin K does the same, because vitamin K it's a couple dollars. When they make the drug to do it, it's going to be 1,000, 2,000, 10. How would Drake? 10 band, 20 band, 100 band. Let's just not even discuss it, man. OMG. So instead of getting them little $20 packs of chlorella, it's going to be 10 bands, 20 bands, 100 band. Let's just not even discuss. Yeah, don't even discuss it. Let's just not even discuss it. Let me just get that. What's that? Medicaid, Red Cross, Blue Shield. Yeah, let me just get that insurance, because these prices so high you can't even. Yeah, you'll copay $10. Just worry about that. Yeah, $10 plus $990 we're gonna put on this card. Yeah, don't worry about that. We send this bill to the government. Yeah, we send this bill to your insurance company, whatever. Yeah, that's how they go. Uh-oh. The next hat dropping. Y'all better go to polyibic. Y'all better go to polyibic.com and get the merch. This is this who makes all of the stuff. these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like, he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, a lot of information that, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah.
Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah.
These recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like, he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, a lot of information that, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah.
Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah.